Good evening and welcome everyone to the March meeting, or the first part of the March meeting of the Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission. We have some general business to attend to first. We have an action summary or the minutes from the the 2 meetings in December to approve. Do we have any motions on that or corrections or changes?
Move to approve.
Thank you. A second? We have a second. Any corrections or changes on the minutes? All in favor? And opposed? None, but we have 1 abstention. So we are 901. 801. Rob's here and 801, there we go. Do we have any committee reports from committees that met over the last month? Okay. Communications. We have any written communications from the public that were not included in our packet?
If they were submitted by the deadline, they made it into your packet.
Okay. I believe there was at least 1 that came through that I sent on to staff.
I think there was 1 that I received, and then we'll have to include that in the city commission packet as the item moves up.
Okay. Any written communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners?
No.
Okay. Any written action of waiver request determinations by the city engineer?
No, but I would point you back to item A, that letter from Candace Davis. It was included in your packet as an item as well.
Okay.
I don't know if that was what you were pointing at with your communication from the public there, but we got that much earlier, so it wasn't related to any one item.
Okay.
But when we receive communications like that are intended for the full commission, sometimes we'll wait to put those on our agenda.
Okay, thank you. Any disclosure of ex parte communications? Commissioner Sands.
I had discussions with Bobby Flory from Lawrence Home Builders Association, specifically about some of her comments on the growth and development chapter in P2040.
Okay, thank you. Any others? I also had ex parte communications, and they were all related to Chapter 2 of the Plan 2040. I spoke with Hugh Carter of the Lawrence Chamber of Commerce, Danielle Davies, the Lawrence Board of Realtors, Bobby Flory also from Lawrence Home Builders Association, and had communicated by email with Scott Zaremba, and that was included in your packet. All of those discussions, I think, will come out in the dialogue that we have from the public that are here. Any declarations of abstentions from specific agenda items? Okay. Then we also have a time for general public comment that is unrelated to any item on our agenda. So we offer 3 minutes to any member of the public who'd like to speak on an item that's outside of our regular agenda. Do we have any general public comment? Okay, thank you. We're taking a few items out of order in our agenda tonight, and the idea is to get rid of or get through as much of our regular business, and then have the rest of the time to talk about the comprehensive plan. So those of you who are here for the comp plan, thank you, and we will get to that. But we're gonna start with the exciting item of the Airport Zoning Commission. So we actually have to recess as the Planning Commission and reconvene as the Airport Zoning Commission for this item.
Do we need to move?
Yeah.
Do we need to move to recess? Madam Chairman?
Do we need to move to do that or just declare it?
I think, Madam Chair, you can just declare those items.
Okay, we'll do it. And as far as general process, we hear from staff on an item, we hear from the applicant on the item, and then we open it up for public comment. Each member of the public gets 3 minutes on a regular agenda item, and then the applicant, if there is one, then gets to speak to those comments before we close that and bring it up to the commission for discussion. So, Sandy, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Sandy Day, Planning. There are 2 items, 2 related items on your agenda for the airport. One is the site plan where you are acting as the Airport Zoning Commission, and the other is the minor subdivision where you will act as your normal planning commission for a variance related to the project. The property in question is located out on the airport campus. The property is fully zoned IG, which is an industrial zoning district. And the slide on the right shows where the development at the airport is currently concentrated. So you have a number of structures here that are all accessed off of Airport Road one way or another, and then you have a group of buildings that's located on the western side of the property, accessed from 7th Street for that portion that's actually in the city limits. The buildings that are circled out in red highlight really the buildings that are generally associated with the primary airport operations. The other buildings include hangars and some private buildings. The area that's outlined in yellow, or highlighted in yellow, represents the area of the request. The site plan piece of this is located on the northern side, and then the minor subdivision includes all of the property. They're reconfiguring some interior property lines to create 2 buildable parcels. Only 1 building parcel is being developed at this point in time. We've included the staff report for the site plan piece of this project in your staff report for reference. These are the criteria by which we review a site plan, and that's really looking at some of the platting and some of the physical development standards. A site plan is not an item that typically comes before this body. The only purpose that comes before you as an airport zoning commission is when a project is subject to a building permit of some type that has to come to this body, and then you are charged with looking at the project for compliance with the standards that are set out in section 20-302 of the Land Development Code. So the image on the left here shows you the airport overlay zoning district. There are a couple of sub-districts within that, and that is looking at some of those zones that affect flight and where obstructions that penetrate into some of those horizontal planes could be difficult to navigate for aircraft. So there are a number of performance standards that are included in the project, and we are looking at some of these things we look at as a site plan, but most of them are also being looked at by the FAA, and this project has been submitted for review by the city's airport consultant and has also received FAA approval for its project. So we know at this point that the project is not likely to be detrimental with regard to any of these particular elements that are described. So as I mentioned, the FAA has provided clearance for the project to move forward, and that includes the airport layout plan. That is an element that is managed through Chuck Souls, who is here this evening to answer any questions that you have, and then the proposed site plan, so the FAA sees the physical site plan that you see as well. Staff's recommendation is for approval as the Airport Zoning Commission of the project. And then I'm just going to continue on to talk to you as if you're now sitting as the Planning Commission. I realize you haven't recessed and done those things. To talk just briefly about the subdivision plat. So you saw in the earlier image that there are 3 platted lots that are out at the airport in this particular area. The applicant would resolve these interior lot lines, creating 2 tracks, and then, 2 lots, and then they are proposing to create also a tract of land on this far eastern piece, because that's non-buildable. There are limitations related to the airport and the proximity to, sorry, just lost my word here for a minute. Taxiways, thank you. That have some additional building height restrictions. So basically this 35 feet is non-buildable, and the applicant requested that not be part of their lease area. So through the subdivision process, we were able to establish that as a tract of land. It's platted ground, so we still have to keep it whole throughout that process. One of the unique characteristics about the airport is that most of the airport, the developable portion of the airport, has been platted. but many of the streets have not been constructed. Only the streets that are immediately necessary for development, and if we go back and look at that earlier slide, you can see this segment of Bryant Way was constructed. It actually has sidewalk on the north side of it, but not the south side. It's because at the time it was platted, and the subdivision regulations at the time only required sidewalk on the north side, or one side of the street. Depending on what the development pattern is in the future, these lots were configured in a way that they could either be combined, depending on what the development application would be, or they could be further subdivided as necessary, depending on what the applicant needs were for the project. But it was not intended that the streets would be constructed up front as we see in most other subdivisions. So this is a little bit of a unique animal as far as that goes. So with the construction of the street would come the construction of the sidewalk, and that's actually the variance that you're being asked to consider this evening, is really to allow the applicant to not construct a portion of sidewalk along Airport Road and not have to have public improvement plans for the construction of sidewalk along Bryant Way. Again, there's no intent to construct Bryant Way, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to construct the sidewalk at this point in time. A future applicant could have a project that Bryant Way would not even be necessary. So that's been part of the thought process of not building some of these other interior streets until such time that they're needed. This small northern leg of Airport Road, it is platted as public right-of-way, although access in here is severely restricted. It's generally only airport authorized activity getting into this area that's not intended really for public access into that space. This slide shows the sidewalk, and I've kind of highlighted where public sidewalk is. With regard to this lot, this would be sidewalk along a portion of Airport Road. This would be sidewalk extended to the northern piece of that remaining right-of-way, which is not being proposed. I just wanted to give you a graphic representation of what that is. The other pieces of the sidewalk are interior sidewalk that connect the front of the building back to the public sidewalk, but then also further over to the terminal building. Just a matter of note, the applicant has designed their site to allow for future expansion if they choose to do something with Lot 2, that is an option. That's why the driveway and the parking lot has been located the way it has been shown in the site plan. You have the variances that are summarized in your staff report in terms of the criteria by which we review a variance for a subdivision. That strict application would present an unnecessary hardship on this subdivider. There is no intent or need to construct Bryant Way on the south side. And then, as we've mentioned, this area on this northern side is really not intended to have a lot of public activity, but you can get directly to the terminal building the way this project is designed. That the proposed variance is in harmony with the purpose of the regulations, and we believe that it is. The airport, again, is a fairly unique property in and of itself. And that the public health, safety, and welfare are protected with this project. There's nothing prohibiting the future construction of Bryant Way if it becomes necessary, and the corresponding public sidewalk if it is also necessary. So staff's intent in the way the staff report was written was that any sidewalk along Bryant Way is more in line of a deferral rather than a true just waiver of not having to construct that future sidewalk. I'm happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned, Chuck is here as well if you have any specific questions of him.
Thank you. Would you care to present, or?
I have a presentation.
Okay.
I'll make
Just if you have
comment
questions.
At some point when appropriate.
Feel free to come up.
Good evening. I'm Chuck Sold, Assistant Director of the MSO. We're really excited about this development. The community has put significant investment in utilities, water line, sewer line. We maintain it. We just put a security wildlife fence up. We have significant investment out there. And if you noted from the first slide that Sandy showed, those buildings have been there for a long time, and there hasn't been anything else done out there. So we're excited about this opportunity. It'll bring more business out to the airport, which helps us with the FAA as far as getting federal funds. The more people we have out there generating and fixed-based aircraft and stuff, they look at that. So we're excited about that, and we support the project.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Are there any members of the public who came to speak on the airport project? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public portion and bring it back up to the Airport Zoning Board for discussion on, Sandy, just item 2A, and then we have to reconvene?
Yes.
Okay. So the site plan for the new hangar at the Lawrence Municipal Airport. Any comments or concerns? And this has already gotten approval from the FAA? Okay. I would entertain a motion if there are no questions. Commissioner Struckoff.
I move that we recommend, that we approve the site plan as presented in the staff report.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Sands actually had his hand up. Any other comments? All in favor of approval? And opposed? We are 9-0. And now we close our session as the Airport Zoning Board and reconvene as the Planning Commission to discuss the variance portion of the airport, which would be the sidewalks. Commissioner Struckoff.
I move that we approve the request for variance from the minor subdivision to allow partial construction of the public sidewalk and defer requirements to construct Bryant Way.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Do we have any comments, questions? All right, all in favor? And opposed? 9-0. Which brings us to item 3, which is the first of 4 special use permits for short-term rentals.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Catherine Week, one of the planners, and I have an application for a special use permit for a short-term rental before you this evening. This one is for 545 Ohio Street. So this is the general location. As you can see, it's located in the Pinckney neighborhood. This is the darker green. Old West Lawrence is across 6th Street in the lighter shade of green there. It is at the corner of Ohio and 6th Street. You can see this little small lot next to the star here. Just to show you the land use in the area, the light yellow is indicating single-family residential. The kind of tannish brown is multifamily residential. So as you can see, the neighborhood is primarily single-family residential and multifamily. This is a close-up of the lot, so you can see how the lot is configured in the space. We're going to talk a little bit about parking on this one. As you can see, it's a very small lot at the corner of 6th Street and Ohio. You can see they have no access, direct access from Ohio Street into the parcel, which we'll talk about here in a minute. So the primary characteristics of this particular application, the legal use on the property, it's single-family residential. It's a detached dwelling. It's located in an RS5 single-dwelling residential district. Permitted occupancy limits in that district are 3, so they would be permitted 3 unrelated occupants per dwelling unit. The number of off-street parking that's available on this particular parcel is 0, so they don't have any off-street parking available on this lot. Number of existing guest rooms or bedrooms in the structure is 3 in the dwelling unit, and that is what the applicant is requesting for the short-term rental. So there's a few unique circumstances with this particular lot. This lot was established prior to zoning codes, so no off-street parking for the existing detached dwelling would have been required at that time. Also, the detached dwelling was constructed prior to any zoning codes. So the use and the parking configuration existed prior to any regulations for off-street parking. This applicant did request a variance, which was heard by the Board of Zoning Appeals on March 7th. The request was for a reduction to 0 required spaces for this particular use. The variance was denied with a vote of 4-0. So also, staff's findings of fact in the report, we would be able to support a 2-guest room rental because there is an existing 2 off-street parking requirement already for the structure as an existing detached dwelling, and 2 guest rooms would not increase that requirement. So based on the findings of fact, staff is recommending approval of a special use permit located at 545 Ohio Street and forwarding that request to the City Commission, subject to the following conditions. Those conditions would be the typical 3 unrelated occupants per the zoning restrictions per dwelling unit. The maximum number of guest rooms that staff would be able to support in our recommendation would be 2. So in a condition on this application would be for 2 guest rooms as opposed to the 3 that the applicant is requesting. The dwelling unit shall remain residential in appearance, and short-term rental license must be annually maintained from the Planning and Development Services Department. And you may have questions on this one, so I'd be happy to answer any of those if you have them.
Thank you.
Any
And
questions?
is the applicant here to speak?
Yes, they are here.
Okay,
You guys want to speak?
and it's up to you. Okay.
So if you have questions,
Okay. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak on this item for 545 Ohio Street? Okay, seeing none? Oh, you do? Okay. And if you could sign in, there's a piece of paper there with your
Sure.
name and,
Sure. So my name's Amanda J., and I live at 523 Louisiana, and some neighbors had submitted a letter this morning that I believe you all should have. We just are concerned about the neighborhood. We're concerned about safety of children by having an Airbnb in our neighborhood and a short-term rental that's non-owner occupied on a regular basis. We have several of these already, but they tend to be units that people live in full-time and then just will rent out periodically. So that's all I have to say.
thank you. Any other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item for 545 Ohio Street? Okay, we have another.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nick Kuzmiak. I reside at 417 Alabama, so not as close of a neighbor, but still kind of a neighbor. I'm in full support of granting the special use permit for this particular residence. I realize that they do not have any off-street parking, and that is in technically direct nonconformance with the zoning code and the use that it would be having as a what's it called, short-term rental. However, as I also wrote to the Board of Zoning Appeals, I believe this is kind of a case of not seeing the forest for the trees. Yes, the code does say you need to park, or a parking space per dwelling unit, more or less. This one doesn't have any. It's also been here since 1920, so it's a little bit different than your average 1960 suburban house, right? The other thing is, just to check, I actually did a little bit of research. I ride by here almost every day, either by bike, foot, or on car, and I noticed on Sunday night a couple of weeks ago, when it was snowing, or had already snowed, it was super cold, you would expect most cars who are going to be there were going to be there, right? It's Sunday night, people are done, and they're not going out in the snow. But I saw 4 parking spots directly in front of the house, and I thought, oh, that's a pretty good indication. Maybe it's a fluke. But I've gone by there almost every other day since then. Nope, still parking spots in front of it. So I would say extra parking is not a problem. And even if it was me, I would prefer to actually have both the sides of my street lined with cars because A, that's a safety barrier from cars going down the street to not hit anything on the side. It's a barrier of 2 tons on each side. Having been on a street where car chase has taken place with parked cars on the side, I'm really glad that they were there. Another thing is in concern of children playing in the area, Cars slow down when there's cars parked on the side. It's a natural human thing that when your environment is uncomfortable, you slow down to a speed that is comfortable to you, regardless of what the speed limit is. So there's a couple of reasons I would say to increase the amount of people parked on the street just for safety reasons. So anyway, again, in conclusion, I support it. If they were on my street, I'd support it too. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Phil Stinson, and I live on Louisiana Street between 5th and 6th. And I'm one of the property owners on Louisiana Street who wrote a letter urging the Planning Commission to deny this request. I must admit, when I travel, sometimes I stay in Airbnbs. I don't have a problem with Airbnb in principle, but I think in this particular case, we are concerned that this kind of short-term rental is different than the standard owner-occupied Airbnb. It's not really in the spirit of Airbnb, I would argue, because it's in essence a small hotel. So we're mainly concerned that a number of Airbnbs have popped up in our neighborhood. We're concerned that there are more and more of them, and we're concerned about the increase in out-of-town traffic. But in this particular case, there's specific reason that we are against this, and that's because it's in essence a purpose-built Airbnb, which is different than most of the others. And there's a lot of traffic that's going to be coming and going from this property. And the owners of the property don't live there, which I think is an important consideration to think about, too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any others? So, seeing no other public comment, would the applicant care to speak to any of the concerns that were raised by the public? Okay. So we will close the public comment portion and bring it back up to the commission for discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner Carpenter.
My general feeling is the whole issue of the short-term rentals is on shifting ground in this community at the moment. I was just wondering if we could get an update from staff as to what the city commission has done with the ones that we've sent to them so far, and
Sure.
what the status is of this whole process.
There's maybe a couple paths brewing as we see these things almost on a weekly basis. Last week, the City Commission deferred 3 of the applications that the Planning Commission sent them last month. We are working on, I think we're going to put on your regular agenda for April a larger discussion about how to analyze and review these against the ordinance that laid out the special use permit process for a decision on whether they're approved or denied. So the commission has taken their route, the city commission has taken a route of deferring at least those 3 applications. The discussion, and Jeff Crick filled in for me at last week's city commission meeting. Jeff advised that we would recommend to the planning commission to take up the ones before you in due process, in the due course of things. But it's becoming a little bit apparent to me that the whole discussion is evolving. We have 13 lined up for you next month, 16 maybe if we add the 3 that may be coming back to you from last week. But it may also be prudent to kind of take a time out on processing these until we can come up with a bigger, deeper discussion with the Planning Commission, with some of the city commission's maybe guidance or input on how to analyze these. For example, we hear a lot about traffic. and the increase in traffic. I would argue that these types of uses are a significant decrease in traffic compared to a typical detached dwelling, home, or a long-term rental, because it's used much less, and there are no deliveries, through the week. Your typical single-family house can have up to 10 trips a day, and you might not get any trips a day for several days in a row in a week. So it's those kinds of things that I think we need to dive a little deeper in. It is a bit of a unique land use that we're all sort of learning about and want to get right. So in some ways, we could go down the path of keep processing them and sending them to the city commission, and they really want to hear a discussion by you all about the work you've done. We've already got some of your work lined up, as you know, from the first few months worth of review here. We were going to try to tackle that at mid-month, but I'm wondering if we shouldn't just have that at a regular item. I know that there's been at least one city commissioner that has advised the members of the public that, hey, bring your comments to the planning commission. They're going to have a broader discussion about this. So I think we're building toward that. And I hate to say it, I wonder if one path tonight isn't to defer the ones you have on your agenda until we can have that discussion and evolve the analysis a little bit better. It's also been pretty publicly declared that we're staying any enforcement, so it's not exactly a harm for those who may be operating a short-term rental use at this time. We would never counsel to start one up, but for those that are operating one at this time, we are waiting to get them through the process to see if they're going to gain approval of a special use permit. So it is a little bit of an evolving process right now, and I think those are your two paths tonight with these special use permits. That may be way more than you asked for, Commissioner Carpenter.
No, I think that's exactly what I asked for, and also I'm going to ask, given the attitude of the City Commission last Tuesday, even if we were to approve these tonight, what do you think is going to happen?
I think they would be deferred at that. They would wait at that level to see what happens of our conversation with you about analyzing these, and then they may even be returned back anyway. Mm-hmm. So it may be prudent, and this all very quickly evolved over this past week, so we didn't have much time to think through what to do about tonight's and this week's agenda applications, but it may be the best for all parties if we take the time to understand what criteria we're going to put against these applications, because I think that's the heart of this, is what criteria seems to be sort of new items come up each time it goes before a body, and there have been new items introduced by the City Commission last week that the Commissioner Bowley would like heard and considered by this body, so you don't even know what those are yet. And we need to get those before you. So even though our response to a question last week was, we'll go ahead and keep processing it up to the City Commission, I'm not sure that's the best use of everyone's time at this point.
I just want to make the comment that, since we started hearing these in January, we didn't seem to really know what our role was. Then those went to the City Commission, and that was defined that they wanted us to look more broadly, as we do with other special use permits, which I thought we did last month. And now those went up, and they've all been pulled. They were actually pulled from the agenda before they were even considered on the consent agenda. They were just pulled, and now they're being sent back to us again.
Well, I don't think they're being sent back. I think the applications are at hold while we bring, at least my read of it, my interpretation is to have this discussion about the criteria by which to analyze. And there were some questions regarding taxation and the distinctions of taxation and how hotel use and this use sort of are compared and contrasted, some traffic issues, those types of things. So our plan, our evolving plan, almost as I speak, is to develop a framework of discussion with this body, one that can be very public and transparent, one that the public can come address to you, and one hopefully that we can develop some better criteria and expectations, frankly, for all involved, for you all, for staff, and talking with applicants, for applicants, for the neighborhoods, and for something ultimately that the governing body uses to determine whether or not a special use permit should be granted.
Thanks.
In light of that, and I hate to have brought people out here and then not process their item, but that has been on our radar, that the city commission has been looking for criteria that we don't know about yet to evaluate these, and rather than handle it at a mid-month meeting, to have the full public discussion at one of our regular meetings is probably the right way to handle it. And I did feel coming into this that any decisions we made on these short-term rentals were likely to be brought back to us anyway. So do we have any other discussion about that, or a motion to defer? Commissioner Struckall.
I'll just add the comment that I appreciated the discussion initiated by Commissioner Carpenter last month regarding exactly that, expectations. We didn't really use the term criteria, I don't think, last month, but we talked about what we can expect and what the city commission can expect, what applicants should be able to expect, and so that, and we compared it to some other types of applications where we've put forward for applicants before meeting with us, while they're meeting with staff, to have some of those expectations addressed. And I was encouraged by that, but it's become clear, I think, that we're not there yet. And this idea of perhaps deferring these, and as Scott put, it's not the best use of everybody's time to send it up and have them possibly sent back when we know that we're in this kind of flux right now. And so I would certainly support a motion to defer them for that reason.
Madam Chair, may I also add that as the discussion turns to whether to defer this one and the next two, you might open that question up to get public input. I know we're still on one specific item, but just if you sense that there's a majority consensus heading that direction, it may be good to make sure the public knows if they have questions, that we answer those and make sure they're clear on what's happening, because I'm not sure everyone is following as closely as some of you all and, of course, we have on this issue.
So we open that up for discussion on this particular item, deferral, or are we going to go each item by item? All right, well, the broader question would be, we really have been in a difficult spot between the Planning Commission and the City Commission as far as how we discuss these items for non-occupied short-term rentals. The owner-occupied short-term rentals are considered a use by right, and they have to file and go through certain steps, but they don't come to us at all. Only the non-owner occupied short-term rentals come to this body. And it's been a new program that we've rolled out that has had a lot of bumps along the way. And so the discussion here tonight is then to defer these particular ones until we have a more firm understanding of how we're going to address all these concerns more broadly so that we can be fair across the board. Do we have any feedback or people who'd like to rant at us for our part of this process?
I move we would reopen the public comment portion to address this general issue of deferment until we have better criteria. Second.
My name is Sofia Oliveira, and I believe, I just want to make a comment. As the owner of an Airbnb, I think the discussion of how to do this started last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should take some responsibility, because as a member of the public, we were given some instructions as to what we needed to do. We were even given a letter saying that if we did not follow these instructions, we would be sent to municipal court and fined. We were asked to pay $800, which were paid. And now we're told, let's just wait because we haven't decided what we want to do. That doesn't seem fair. It seems very irresponsible, because you have a lot of people here that have a business, have lives, and you can't just play that way. That's my comment.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Unn, and I am representing owners on this particular item tonight. And I thank you for working through this with us, and I think I have a question as far as what it is that you're looking for from the City Commission, as far as how that determines your decision-making process. I guess what I'm understanding is that you feel like you haven't been given much guidance in how to respond to these applications, and that you found that they are so varied in their differences of just the variety of properties within Lawrence, since they're not all the same, they're not all used the same. So I guess more than a statement, I have a question, which is, what are you looking for from this other governing body, and how does that apply to what you will use in as far as determining the process with this item?
I hope I'll be able to answer that. We'll cover our other public comment first.
Hello, my name is Bill First, and I'm one of the property owners for the next agenda item. And I guess it was a little hard to hear in the back, so I'm not certain if I repeat some of the things that either the commissioners have said or some of the other general public have said. But I guess one of the concerns that I would express to the deliberations that are currently going on is the fact that we were given guidelines on how we were to proceed. The previous speaker mentioned that we paid the application fee in good faith. There was due diligence by the commission on what the process would be. And now at sort of the 11th hour for our applications to sort of say, well, oh, we're not going to do it now, and keep us sort of not knowing what the status is going to be seems a little bit unfair to me. Well, a lot unfair to me. I will comment that Airbnb generals, in general, the owners of them have to take very good care of their properties. I've lived in Lawrence for about 20 years, and I've seen a lot of long-term rentals where they're really in disrepair. They're run down, they've got trash all over them, whatever. An Airbnb owner cannot afford to do that. In our particular one, we have a super host status, which means it meets all the criteria of Airbnb, cleanliness, conditions, amenities, and so forth. And so I don't give any credence to the argument that Airbnbs take down the neighborhood. In fact, I think they add a lot. And from a parking standpoint, I realize there's an issue on this one. Mine doesn't happen to fall in that same category. But primarily Airbnbs are weekend rentals, I think, for the most part, at least in my case. And so what it does is it sort of alleviates the parking problem from the standpoint of not having regular tenants in there during the week. So from that standpoint, the neighborhood should like the fact that there's not an additional amount of traffic during the week there. And I could go on, but I think you probably get the sentiment that I'm trying to express to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. You have any others? Scott, I'd ask you to address some of the concerns, especially about how we expect to resolve this with the City Commission.
Yeah, a couple things. One is that everyone's applications are obviously still in process. It's not completely rare to have deferrals on an application and have one go another meeting or two to explore other things. But what's really, I think, at issue here is we've got this land use that is citywide, that are probably going to be a couple hundred of them at the end of the day once we uncover all of them, that go into different kinds of neighborhoods. There are different kinds of houses, different kinds of operators. And it's been a little bit of a challenge, frankly, to get our hands and heads wrapped around this unique use as a special use permit. And so what we're finding is the Planning Commission kind of developing their perspective around how to analyze them, and the City Commission with maybe some thoughts about, as each of these unique items comes up, how to think about them and what decision to make about them. And we've got just a short history so far about that. A few of them have been approved on consent. A couple, I think, have been approved on the regular agenda with an actual presentation and public comment. One of them has been denied due to some issues in that specific context. And through all that, the challenges have been noted by this governing body, by this Planning Commission, by staff, and by the City Commission. So we think it's still early enough, when you think of all the ones that we still have to get through, that we want to make sure the process is efficient and fair and responsive to the applicants and the adjacent owners and neighborhoods. And we're not quite there yet. And so if we take a step back and figure that out, I think applicants and neighborhoods will feel like they've had the fairest hearing possible. Because I think both sides would say right now it's a little bit disjointed, and it's a little bit ambiguous as to what we're looking at. And so that's really what we're trying to do, is land on criteria and analysis that's fair to everybody.
But in the end, I mean, the base program that was decided upon, we had the text amendment to write, that can't change for the people that are in process, can it? That would be certainly a concern for any business owner who's paid their fee and followed the rules so far.
Right, we're still operating under the ordinance. Nothing has changed about the program, but I would note that special use permits are a discretionary land use approval. Okay, there's no guarantee that you're approved if you've paid your money and gone through the process steps. There's still the analysis, the discussion, and the deliberation at your level and at the City Commission level. That's what the application goes through, and I guess I would argue that right now it's a bit ambiguous as to what that outcome is until we've had that conversation with you all, and the City Commission sees your conversation about a little more, be on a little more solid ground with the analysis part of it.
Okay.
So these applicants tonight, the ones on hold at the City Commission, will all remain in process as we continue our discussion and our evolution of how to determine the criteria and findings on this unique land use.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
did we close the reopened public comment portion?
we have not, but we can.
Okay.
So we've now closed the public comment.
Well, I just want to make sure, because I was going to start asking questions.
Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
First, I want to say thank you to everybody that came up and speak on the reopened public comment. I hope you don't get the impression that you're being unfairly targeted, because that's not, I think, anyone on this board's intention, nor is it planning staff's intention to unfairly target anyone. But I think we do have to deliberate and determine what the criteria are for special use in this, and make it criteria that's universal enough to apply to everywhere in Lawrence. There are some cities that Airbnbs are not a use by right, nor are they a special use permit in certain areas of the city. Only certain zoning areas are allowed Airbnbs. So that, that would truncate our amount of space where people could operate to a further extent. I'm not against deferral, Madam Chair, but I think there still is value in discussing each of these, because we can start to tease out some of those criteria before we have a broader discussion on criteria in April or May. I don't want to make this meeting today any longer than it needs to be. But without looking at cases and basically doing case studies on these, figuring out what is important, for instance, on this one, no parking, there's no parking on the property. You know, will that become a criteria? We've talked about the amount of parking, but we've never talked about the absence or presence of assigned parking to a property. So I believe that there's still value in going through the discussion, even if we're going to defer.
Well, Commissioner Sands, we actually did have an item last month where they had no off-street parking because it was pre-1927, so a very similar situation. They
Right,
had
but
not
is it
gone
going to
to
be
BZA,
but having the presence or absence of parking, is that going to be one of those criteria? And that's what I'm saying, we should have that discussion.
Commissioner Carter.
Yeah, I would actually respectfully disagree. I'm actually out of the exact same concern. Out of fairness for the applicants, I think I would not want to see them fall into the same situation that last month's applicants fell, where we approved all of the petitions that were presented to us, but then those were deferred and possibly, those petitions are now in limbo. And I think it's, out of fairness to tonight's applicants, it's actually a better idea to defer those until we have some clarity from the City Commission.
So defer without discussion?
Well, we've got the packet here. I mean, so I think the discussion, let me put it this way. We could discuss, but I think it's unfair to raise expectations for the applicants that there's going to be a specific outcome of approval or denial.
I would agree with Commissioner Carter. I would rather defer these and have some very specific instructions than to give to the applicants for the future and expectations, rather than go through the process multiple times without an outcome. Do you have any other thoughts?
I just add, I think everyone that's been in front of us has had its own peculiarities to it that have raised new questions and new issues after it's been referred up to the City Commission, which is part of how we've gotten to this point. And I think that the City Commission, from the comments that were made at that commission meeting, they're starting to look at some other concerns that have just possibly come out of this, is impact on overall affordable housing, whether they should be taxed as businesses. I mean, these are just some that Commissioner Boley mentioned briefly. And so they're kind of on a different plane than we are, even, in just applying the criteria to recommend or not recommend the adoption of a special use permit. They're actually thinking at the higher policy level about the whole program itself. And I don't know, we're not quite sure where we fit in that yet. So even if we do go forward and either recommend or deny the ones before us today, I don't think the City Commission is at any point to make any decision one way or the other, given what their comments were last Tuesday night. So I think out of fairness, just so somebody doesn't come up and we make some findings that might be adverse to them, which may not be adverse in the future, it's probably best not to have any more comment. But I think we should encourage everybody that is in the process to follow this and be engaged and come to that April meeting and make their positions known in general terms, even if it's not about their specific property, just about what we had some. I think some of the insights tonight about possible reduced impact on traffic by having some of these. So these are other viewpoints that we need in the discussion. So those are very valuable that they came out tonight, and I appreciate that. So, you know, I'm inclined that we defer all of them until we do have that bigger meeting and we get better direction from the City Commission, just what they would like us to be looking at, and whether or not the whole program is going to be changed by another text amendment, which right now it seems like that might be a possibility of coming out of this discussion in April too.
I would hope, though, that any future changes would grandfather in those people who had started the process and come forward when we asked them to. And frankly, it pains me to be in this situation that we had a public process to produce the text amendment that decided how we were going to handle short-term rentals, both owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied. It passed this body and the city commission. We applied it as best we knew how, and to be able to come back and be at square one, I think is unfair to the public. And please forgive us our learning curve. This is something very new, and we're trying to figure out how it fits into our city as a whole and how it benefits both the business owners and the community, and then whatever detriments there may be there also. So I'm in favor of deferral, though it does pain me that we've gotten to this point. So, Commissioner Struckoff.
I guess the question then would be, following up on one of the applicant's question to us, was what do we want from the city commission?
Mm-hmm.
What are we, what's going to, what is it working for? Perhaps that is our discussion. But it does pain me to do that, to defer as well. But I think the question of being in limbo, as Commissioner Carter said, that's not very fair either. And we have several applications that are in that state right now. I appreciate your learning curve comment. That's what this is. And I'd rather get it right the first time than get it wrong and try to get it right later, and so forth. So when I see these being deferred by city commission, possibly being sent back to us, I think it is time to have further discussion.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion to defer? Do we need to take these individually, or?
I would, yes.
Okay. All right, I will. I move that we defer item number 3, special use permit for short-term rental at 545 Ohio Street, subject to the discussion with the city commission at our, is it going to be at our next
April.
at our April meeting, the Wednesday or the Monday meeting?
Don't know yet, probably Wednesday, but look for the notice. to
Most
go out.
likely Wednesday, April 24th meeting of the Planning Commission.
We will have 2, I know that.
I'll second.
Any further discussion on this item only?
Just for record, I'm going to vote against, not because I'm against deferring, but I really would have liked to have the discussion about some of the criteria before we go into that meeting with the city commission, so.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
I would actually like to, sorry,
ahead.
ask for clarification from Scott about, you mentioned enforcement. And for the applicants already operating, what does this deferral mean?
Well, if they're taking steps toward compliance, meaning they're making the application and taking the necessary steps, then we're not pursuing enforcement for those properties. If they're not taking those steps, then we will pursue enforcement, whether it's owner-occupied or non-owner occupied. So that's what I mean by that.
Thank you.
But while I have the floor, I might want to clarify. I'm hearing some interesting comments about direction from the city commission to the city commission, meeting with the city commission. Commissioner Bowley last Tuesday had some questions about the items on their agenda. And he emailed some questions to us that we did not have time to fully develop responses to. It's those questions, through those questions, and the other topics that we have discussed with you, we've got a list going, if you remember, from a month or 2 ago, that we plan to have the larger, deeper discussion about. That's how we'll determine, and then from there, you'll actually send your framework up to the city commission. Now, I wish it was more efficient than that, but I don't see it happening any more efficiently than, I know that the city commission will be interested in seeing that discussion that you have with the public and the input that you receive and our responses to some questions. But ultimately, it may even be a further delay while we send that information to the city commission for their review and feedback. And so unless we kind of develop a quicker way to do it, that's going to be the process by which we all learn what satisfies the city commission in their review. I think the planning commission started off reviewing this as any special use permit, and we learned through the way that there were some special circumstances. So you started talking about what you want. We pulled up the rental map, for example, and you know, another example in there, I'm still not sure whether it's good or bad to have a rental property, block full of rental properties, because we talked about it in both senses last month, I think. So I do think there's going to be plenty to talk about, but it's not going to be, at this point, a work session with the city commission or them giving you questions or input, except for what Commissioner Bowley has given us by way of questions on the applications last week. So I just wanted to clarify that I think a lot of the work has to be done at this level to further develop those criteria. Or at least the data points that you need, right? We already have criteria by which we judge special use permits, but I think this commission has talked about what data points do you need, what additional information would be helpful to you to make your determination. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor of deferral? And opposed? 8-1. On item number 4, are we planning, I think we're planning to defer that also. So I would make the motion to defer item number 4, special use permit for short-term rental, 921 Missouri Street, subject to further discussion about criteria.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'll be voting not because I don't agree with deferral in the larger sense, but I do want to have the discussion as these come up.
Okay. In favor of deferral? And opposed? 8-1. Item number 5. I move to defer item number 5, special use permit for short-term rental, 941 Rhode Island Street, subject to further discussion on criteria.
Second.
All in favor? And opposed? Again, 8-1. I move to defer item number 6, special use permit for short-term rental, 843 and a half Massachusetts Street, subject to discussion on criteria.
Second.
In favor of deferral? And opposed? Again, I do feel this is a failure of process, and I hope that we can do better with this the next time around. We thought we had a program, then we asked you to come out and apply for it, and we will do better. So with that, I would like to take a short recess before we take our item number 1, which is the comprehensive plan. So 5 minutes.
before I walked in here, and now it's gone.
Have everyone? So it's taken us this long to get to item 1. We're ready to start all over. I would say that members of the public speaking on the comprehensive plan, we've allotted 5 minutes for each speaker to get additional public input on that. So are we going to hear from staff? We have some staff reports that came out about specifically to this chapter. Are you planning to present anything towards that?
No, not a presentation, just to point you to that memo, I think it's on page 41, regarding, there were some questions the last time we talked about this chapter about this concept of community benefit, which is one of our concepts related to annexation. And you asked for some, how other municipalities may be using this idea of community benefit. It's a pretty wide range of use out there, so we wanted to give you that information. And then I think you were really just wanting to pick up your deliberations again. We got so far through the chapter, and maybe hear from the public as well.
Okay. So we are on chapter 2, and we'd had discussions of the first part, section A of chapter 2 of the growth and development chapter of the comprehensive plan. We didn't finish all of that discussion, but that's as far as we got in terms of the text. So we will have some items that we go back and revisit, even in the portion that we've covered. But before we get into that, are there members of the public who have come to speak to us on this item on the comprehensive plan? And who would like to go first?
Good evening. My name is Bobby Flory, and I represent the Lawrence Home Builders Association, and I addressed the Planning Commission back in December on this topic. I don't want to revisit everything I said last time, but I would like to just quickly summarize some points that I did make. I talked to you about who absorbs the costs when new subdivisions are built. And I will say again that all, not most, but all of the infrastructure costs are paid for by the developer, which are passed on to the builder, which are ultimately paid for by the home buyer. And many of the costs off-site as well are paid for by developer and builder and homeowner. Community needs such as parks, police, fire station, and recreation centers are not built in conjunction with a single subdivision, but rather they're built to cover a broader area and are financed with property taxes, the exact same way that all the existing residents in the city of Lawrence pay for these amenities. At Plan 2040's last steering committee meeting, which that process was a 4.5-year process, and at their very last meeting, they were still debating this very subject. And they asked the planning staff to come up with some collaborative language that better conveyed this idea that it's a partnership, that there should be some collaboration in that. Planning staff did work on that. They did come up with some additional language, which you have and is in the plan. However, I feel like that language did not accomplish the goal that they were set out to do. So the steering committee actually never saw the new language that you're looking at in your plan. They never got to talk about it again because that was their final meeting. What is missing in the language that was proposed is any offset or incentive provided by the city in exchange for a community benefit given. Without that incentive, this is a mandate from the city. And I have on the board a proposed language, and the most important component that I changed was I removed in the context of what an annexation request can support, because I don't believe it's the city's role to determine what a subdivision annexation request can support. And I added, well, let me read the sentence as I would see it. Annexation requests shall include a community benefit identified in consultation with staff based on the needs of the community and when an offsetting incentive can be provided that is beneficial to all. So that's two parts to that. A community benefit is provided, which is what the plan wants, but then the offset to that is to provide an incentive. And that, when those components are both there, it's a win-win for everybody involved in that process. The lot prices stay down, and there's a win that a donation of some sort, whether it be land or amenity, is given to the community. If this proposal is approved as is currently written, there are predictable outcomes. The cost of homes will increase. When you take the community benefit that is added to the annexation request and you divide it by the number of lots, that is the amount that those homes or the building will be increased by. That is a direct outcome of adding a community benefit that is not offset with incentives. Fewer subdivisions will be proposed because they will be economically infeasible. Less housing affordability will be the result, which I know I don't have to remind you, but that's a major, major goal in the City of Lawrence's strategic plan. One other issue that I would like to mention is last month when I talked about the taxes that are paid by new homes, and I said that they were higher than what the services are that they were requiring. They're not needing street repairs. They're simply needing snow removal and some basic services like that, but they are not requiring some of the more intense maintenance services that we have in older established areas. The point I want to make to that is that money that the taxpayers are paying can then be used to fund some of the other ongoing maintenance costs. Well, that was countered. My comment was countered by somebody that put up a graphic last month about how the Corps, they took the opposite approach, and they said the Corps actually funds the suburban sprawl that's happening out into the county or the city as it grows out. And I would like to contend that we have very dense development that's occurring in lots of different areas in Lawrence. It's not just occurring in the core of the city. We have very dense residential development and apartment complexes and in commercial areas South Iowa Street, some very, very big apartment complexes west that are creating very intense tax base, but also the infrastructure is very efficient. So that pattern of development is as much as important to the efficiency of the infrastructure, even more so than the location, because we're going to assume that all the location of new annexes are contiguous to currently annexed ground. That's part of the rules. You can't leapfrog. So my point is that we have some very dense development outside of the core that are substantially contributing to the maintenance and the ongoing taxes to pay for amenities in this city. And with that, we have some other things that we're going to be talking about, but others are going to be mentioning it, like the community benefit memo that Jeff prepared. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
I want to be pretty sweet here. I am a contractor in Lawrence, Kansas. I employ 16 people. I'm 4 blocks away from here. I work in Lawrence, Kansas almost every single, sorry, I'm Owen Lehman with Vintage Greenmark Construction. I work in Lawrence, Kansas every single day. I am not a home builder. If I was a home builder, I would never walk in this meeting. The reason why is because the backlash is going to happen because of these things. Affordable housing has been something that everybody has talked about for a long time, but you cannot add regulations and restrict people and think you're going to get things cheaper. A profit margin in a business is what every business operator works on. The cost is the cost, the overhead's the overhead, and the profit has to be there. If you guys legislate the cost to increase, it's going to increase. No question about it. Building regulations have never gotten harder. Development regulations they've never gotten easier. They've always been harder. Development regulations are increasing exponentially. I spend 60 to 70% of my day going over regulations, not building. It's kind of a waste of my time. 10 years ago, I would spend half that time. There's 2 basic things that truly change as far as pricing goes, because I'm the one actually writing the bids. Regulations, labor expense. Those are the 2 things that are going up faster than inflation. you guys can't stop the labor, you can't stop the regulations. If you guys don't make your regulations that are less restrictive, that can actually make affordable housing, we're not the problem. There's nothing I can do to make more efficient housing, more efficient commercial development. There's nothing I can do about it if you guys don't do your job. All I can do is take what's drawn, what's developed, put a price to it, and it's going nothing but up. I'm seeing it every day, every single day. I think that's pretty much it.
Oh, and can you tell me your last name again? I didn't catch it.
Lehman, Lehmann.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. My name is Carl Eckhart, and I'm with the National Association of Home Builders. I'm from our Washington, D.C. office. Don't hold that against me. I'm very happy to be here in Lawrence, Kansas. And full disclosure, I'm an Iowa native and went to that other Big 12 school, Iowa State, so I feel your pain this time of year. I came out to Lawrence, Kansas at the invitation of the Lawrence Home Builders Association, and I'm very proud to work with the home builders. I've been with them in 2 different stints, pre-recession and now post-recession. And I have been doing housing politics for over a decade around the country. I work and run our state and local government affairs department for NHB. Our builders and members represent people that build 85% of the homes in America. We're about 140,000 members across the country. The Comprehensive Plan 2040 is a good plan. I've read through what was available, but we're here tonight on this community benefit idea, and wanted to put forward a few ideas that there are better ways to do this, and I think we'd like to keep working with you to find the better ways. Housing affordability is the #1 issue. If you ask any American what's going on in their heads as far as their shelter. I encourage you to say housing affordability instead of affordable housing. Affordable housing has kind of negative connotations. We prefer housing affordability so that it's affordable to teachers and firefighters and you and me, and not just subsidized substandard housing. Home prices, as Owen said, they keep going up. Tariffs on materials at the national level, regulations at every level, lack of labor, lack of land. Each of those raises the cost of a home. Each of those, as Owen said and Bobby said, makes the cost higher for the consumer. Keep in mind, the end game of everything you do makes it more or less affordable for someone to buy a house. Because the person building the house, the person developing the land, isn't going to give it away for free, and they should not. The idea of adding in the kind of nebulous community benefit, we don't feel is going to make any one part of the community better without knowing what it is and what it's going to go for. The list that was provided of other cities that do a community benefit agreement, these are all stadiums and hospitals and convention centers, not affordable housing. And I know that affordable housing and housing affordability are what you're looking for, and the community benefit definition in the plan listed affordable housing as something that the developer builder should pay for. But the list you have here, there's nothing on it that is about housing. I live in Washington, D.C., the Shaw District. That's our convention center. There's nothing affordable about the Shaw District, I can assure you. So these are fine examples of where maybe the developers in the city did work together, but they have nothing to do with housing. The developers in Lawrence and in this area, they pay, I think, more so than the average developer and builder. The list of things that they have to pay for infrastructure and impact fees is amazing. I've been doing this all over the country, and your list is it's impressive. I think having those who build the homes pay for everything involved in the home, plus the community benefit, you will cease to see development in your town. I'm not trying to be, the sky is falling, but you will. there will be no reason for anybody to try and develop here. And then your tax base is going to go down. The only way to bring housing prices down is to build more houses. And that, if you don't allow for that, you're not going to bring the housing prices down. We put on your desk a series of slides and statistics that come from a firm we hired called Morning Consult. It was a third-party survey group, did a nationwide survey, and we broke it down by state and also by congressional district, so you can see what's going to happen and what people in your congressional district think about housing and government's role in housing. One other part of there is what happens if you raise the cost of housing by $1,000. We feel 127,000 people around the country will choose not to build a new home. In Lawrence, that means 58 people will choose not to build a new home. That means there's fewer jobs created. That means there's fewer families created, fewer taxes. Please do take the time to look at that. Two other things real quick. 75% of residents in your district live in a single-family home and believe that provides them their wealth and their ownness. 50% agree that the government should incentivize housing, and 49% agree that housing is an issue on which they could vote. So with that, I know I'm over my time. I thank you for your time, and thank you for letting us be here to participate.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I think most of you know by now, my name is Danielle Davey. I'm the Governmental Affairs Director with the Lawrence Board of Realtors. I had some prepared remarks about the benefits of housing affordability to the city in general, and I'll just briefly comment on those because I do want to also address the city's memo that was in your packet. Really, these comments are more attributable to the Board of Realtors' current president, Greta Carter-Wilson, who recently noted for me that there's a lot of studies that show that home ownership leads to more civic involvement, leads to more buy-in in the community. Homeowners are more likely to know who serves on the school board, who serves on the planning commission, who serves on the city commission. They're more likely to spend money on the upkeep of property, more likely to participate in community groups and local charities. So there is general community benefits just in encouraging home ownership. And because the cost of home ownership is outpacing increases in wages, we run into a problem where if we lose somebody as a home buyer now, we may never get them back because they may never catch up with the increasing housing costs. With regard to the city's memo, I want to put my lawyer hat on for just a second and note that what the memo talks about is community benefit agreements, which is fundamentally different than the policy that's included in Plan 2040. Community benefit agreements typically are openly, freely negotiated contracts between a developer and community organizations that are done as a method of coalition building for a major project in a city. And yes, sometimes municipalities are involved, but typically it's a negotiation between a developer and community groups. And that's very different than what we're talking about here. I didn't have an opportunity to fully study all of the 25 cities that are listed in the city's memo. But what I was able to find in just some brief research, the Atlanta Beltline project included community benefits in exchange for almost $2 billion in bond incentives. The Buffalo Niagara Medical Campus included community benefits in exchange for more than $80 million in public money. The Gates Cherokee project in Denver included $126 million in city subsidies. The World Center project in Miami was in exchange for tax increment financing, as was the Park East Corridor project in Milwaukee. And that project also included an agreement that the county would fund affordable housing as part of that project.
The Oakland Army Base in California was a community benefit agreement in exchange for $300 million in public resources. The CIM project in San Jose was a community benefit agreement in exchange for $40 million in subsidies. My point is all of these are agreements that were freely negotiated where a developer agreed to provide community benefits in exchange for some substantial commitment or some substantial buy-in from the city. And that's not what we're talking about with the community benefit mandate that's in Chapter 2. Along those lines, frankly, the language that Ms. Flory proposed tonight, the way she would change that language to move it more to an incentive-based system would completely satisfy the Lawrence Board of Realtors' concerns as well. And that's what we have been talking about for some time as well, to move this away from a requirement that's going to add additional costs and make it more of an incentive-based program to incentivize these additional community benefits and have that conversation between the city and developers. So I will also be happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you.
A couple of points of order before I start. How many minutes is the speaker allowed tonight?
5.
Okay, thank you. And were the two different chapters being considered and discussed and addressed in 2 separate times or all together?
We're only discussing Chapter 2 tonight.
Only Chapter 2?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our Chapter 6 discussion concluded last month. We actually did get to the end of Chapter 6.
Okay, so the growth and development chapter is going to be in April?
Growth and development is our Chapter 2. That's today.
Oh, this is not the environmental chapter today. Okay, that was in the agenda, but it was removed?
It was in an earlier agenda, but I think it was corrected. I'm not sure at what time.
I'm not sure if it was corrected, but Michael, they did complete that review last month. At some point, we'll bring back all the edits to all the work that's been done. I think we're going to try to do that in April so that people can start seeing some of the revisions. But we put it on this agenda, I think, in case we didn't complete it last time. So we've been kind of moving forward placeholders to make sure the Planning Commission has enough time to complete the chapter review.
Okay.
But environment was completed last month.
It is, however,
essentially
still on our
the
agenda.
environmental chapter has been pretty much reviewed and
by this
you're
body,
moving on.
yes, and will be
Okay.
voted on at the end.
Okay, okay.
I apologize, it is still on the current agenda that I picked up at the back of the room.
Well, my comments, I consider both chapters intertwined and having impact on each, so I will make my comments anyway. So basically, what I want to request is that the Plan 2040 place climate protection front and center in the plan and rein in the resource exploitation and economic growth as the principal drivers of climate disruption. I'm not so much interested, as we discussed last month, of moving the environmental natural resources chapter farther to the front and be given first billing, as I am that the natural environment itself be given greater importance than economic growth and development, if you catch my understanding there. 2 to 3% growth per year is an exponential curve that gets increasingly steeper. And it's impossible to have exponential economic growth on a finite planet. It's impossible physically. Such human folly is why we're faced with climate crisis. The October 2018 Special Report on Climate Change by the United Nations IPCC and the November 2018 U.S. National Climate Assessment both make it clear that we have but 11 years to reverse and not mitigate or adapt to, but reverse global warming so it doesn't become irreversible. The entire Plan 2040 document needs to be reframed to review all land development issues in the context of the natural environment, not the reverse has been the practice in the past. Ecological health, and specifically climate protection, should be the central guiding principle. Just because Lawrence isn't located oceanside or within fire-prone forests doesn't mean we're immune to climate impacts. All storms and floods are now more extreme, such as the Mozambique cyclone, or the Colorado bomb cyclone blizzard, or the Nebraska flooding, all of which were in the last 10, 12 days ago. As for the curtailing economic growth, I've heard quite a few comments tonight, concerns about economic impacts and curtailing growth here and things that'll make things more expensive. Climate disruption is doing it all for us, making everything more expensive. That's the main issue. That's the elephant in the room. Billions of dollars of oceanfront mortgages will literally be underwater. California wildfires have cost billions of dollars. Floods and drought are bankrupting farmers, which will make food more expensive. And there's any number of ways it can play out economically. And the largest reinsurance firm, Munich Re, in the world, just reported a $24 billion loss from the California wildfires alone, just that one disaster. The other reinsurance companies, Swiss Re and others, are experiencing similar losses. Those losses will be felt in our pocketbooks. Basically, Munich Re is predicting that if climate issues are not addressed and we continue to get more severe disasters, all insurance will become prohibitively expensive for most people, including in Lawrence, whether we have a wildfire here or not. It's our choice. Either keep pushing economic growth and face the climate costs, or promote climate protection to mitigate economic damages, which we will see more and more of. So please join with the thousands of worldwide jurisdictions, cities, countries, states that are creating climate solutions. So I request that climate protection be emphasized in all aspects and all sections of Plan 2040. I do want to mention that I support Section 6.1.8, prohibit development in newly annexed floodplains. I also support the community benefits issue. That's a benefit to offset the damage that we will inflict upon the natural environment by growing into floodplains or into prime agricultural lands. That's what the benefit is for. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Michael, our apologies for having that on the agenda tonight.
That's what happens when you take a vacation.
That's right.
Can I clarify something real quick? Last month, we allowed public comment on, it was my memory of any part of the Plan 2040. We just weren't going to discuss it, was what I remember. So is it when we're closing that chapter, we're not allowing public comment, further public comment on it?
But the public can comment on any portion of the comprehensive plan that they'd like to, but they should know that most of our discussion has already happened.
Okay, okay. That wasn't clear just now. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Kirk McClure, 707 Tennessee Street, and I am here to talk about Chapter 2 this evening. Chapter 2, as written, aspires to some admirable goals. It wants to foster greater use of infill, expansion only where, in fact, it's cost effective. The means for achieving that is, however, to manage growth through provision of infrastructure. Experience both here in Lawrence and across the nation has shown us that managing infrastructure is a very poor technique to manage growth. Experience in Lawrence shows that it won't work. Simply put, developers are prone to overbuilding. The experience here in Lawrence is instructive. If a market is well disciplined, and historically understand that here in Lawrence the market was well disciplined in the 1980s and 90s. But from 2000 on, we went on a building spree, as did much of the nation. 2000 to 2009 in Lawrence, we built 124 units per year more than we were growing households. You can't do that for 9 years and say you have a well-disciplined market. Think about it. That's the equivalent of building one surplus subdivision we don't need, plus one 60-unit apartment building we don't need. What the home builders will tell you is, but don't worry, the market adjusts. Well, during the time period of the correction, post the housing bubble, 2009 to 2016, we did worse. In fact, we overbuilt by 132 units per year. Okay? That's the housing side. We did the same thing on the retail commercial side. 2006 to 2015, demand was up 1.0% per year over that time period. Again, if the market is well disciplined, we should expand the supply of retail and commercial space by the same number. During that time period, the retail and commercial space grew by 3.1% per year, every year through that time period. We grew better than 3 times faster than the expansion of demand would support it. Right? When you see long-term overbuilding, you know you have a systemic problem. What are the consequences of that problem? It hurts existing neighborhoods. It hurts existing office parks. It hurts existing shopping districts. There's a finite demand for all product in our market. Building more apartment buildings doesn't create more households to occupy them. It robs value away from other older apartment buildings. Building more houses than we need doesn't increase the tax base. The aggregate value of our tax base is a function of how many households we have, how much income they have. So in fact, we are putting value in these new homes and robbing it away from older neighborhoods and older homes. There's a relatively simple technique that you can adopt that could be integrated into Chapter 2 that would correct this problem, and it's simply referred to as growth management by active planning. I happen to know a lot of your planning staff very well. You could simply call on them and say, send us an annual report. Many cities require this of their planning staff. Report on trends in household formation. Report on trends in increase in retail spending. Report on trends in job growth, especially office job growth. Then you would use that annual report to set targets for yourselves. If it says, look, we're going to have about a growth of 400 households in the rental stock, then you need about 400 new units. Not 500, 400. You would then use that report to set those targets for yourself, and importantly, at the end of the year, you give yourself a report card. How well did you do? Because right now, I see in this town that we are letting the developers dictate the pace of growth. It's a systemic problem. You need to reverse that situation, take control of it. Let me add one other important point. When you manage the growth, you increase the capacity of the city to negotiate with the developers for those community benefits. In effect, you're saying, show us that your project is so meritorious that it's the one we should go with. So I contend that, in fact, active planning is how we're going to achieve better growth, how we're going to get the infill, and how we're going to maintain better value in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to be next?
Good evening. My name is Doug Gaston, and I'm a local banker. And I've been on the board with the Home Builders Association here. This is my second term. And so I've sort of come up to speed on the Plan 2040, and thank you for your hard work on that. Was involved in 2020 as well, so things continue to move. I do believe a couple of things relative to this proposal. I believe it is a mandate in the way that it's currently set in terms of community benefit. From a lender's point of view, you're going to increase the cost. My borrower, a developer, may have to, work through the economics of it. They're not going to just, as someone I think previously said, just, well, here's 20% of the project, we're just going to give away. It is going to be passed down to the end buyer. And so as folks that are very involved in the community, as lenders, we want to see as many people have that affordability of housing as we possibly can. And I would also emphasize that this affordability of housing issue, to me, is not, as I think someone said earlier tonight, just on what we typically think of as the low to moderate income spectrum. It includes the entire spectrum, because as home prices rise across the board, we have a more difficult time priming the pump, if you will, for entry-level home buyers. We've seen that here in Lawrence, specifically for the last many, many years. Our home prices in Lawrence, as you all know, are significantly higher. You take the same home here, put it in another community within 30 miles, either direction, the home in Lawrence just costs quite a bit more. Because of certain regulatory requirements and issues, I think we can work towards reducing those costs. If we have this community benefit requirement here, I don't see how that reduces costs at all. I don't see how that's a point in favor of creating this affordability of housing that we're all very much trying to achieve. So that's my comment. I do like the idea of offsetting incentives. I would like to see the Planning Commission take up that discussion and see where that leads. I think that has some traction among the folks here as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm John Esau. I've lived in Lawrence since 1975. I've had a couple of different businesses here, and most recently I've been a realtor. We have 350 or 80 of us. I don't know how many there are. There's a lot of realtors in Lawrence. And we have the pleasure of working with buyers and sellers. We're not developers. We're not builders. What I have noticed, just to go back to a couple of comments that were made earlier about some overbuilding that happened at one point, that there was a severe correction at that time, as many of you know. And when that happened, we lost a lot of great builders. We lost a lot of subs. And when the banks got around to lending money again, builders were throttled back to 1 or 2 houses a year. It's kind of hard to make a margin, feed your family, pay for your pickup truck and your cell phone. So in addition to just the builders, think about the impact across the community, the people that supply appliances and carpet and paint and decks and landscaping, all the things that go into a home, furniture. I worry a lot that my 6 kids and 8 grandkids, half of whom live here, will not be able to afford to live in Lawrence. So housing affordability is an important issue to me. On the other hand, unintended consequences or unanticipated consequences of actions taken by you and the City Commission, I've seen over time have contributed to the rising costs of housing in Lawrence, where back in the downturn we were building at $78 a foot or $800 a foot. We're down to about $155 a foot, I think, pretty accurately. And that's pretty significant. So builders have moved up in their price point. because they have to. They can't make a margin if they're, you can't build a house at 200 or 250 and make any money. So, you know, more housing, in my view, helps ease a shortage of housing. Our inventory levels at 250 and below, especially 200 and below, and even more so at 150 and below. I mean, we'll have 4 or 5 offers on a single house in a first day or two when they're marketed, and they're gone. Usually the cash buyers. That's excluding a lot of people that really want to have a starter home, you know, first home to get their, you know, get out of that rental rut. And I've seen things that have contributed to the housing lack of inventory. One of them was rental registration. It took a lot of rentals and pushed them into flippers who elevated the price. They enhanced them and made a profit on it. Or they pushed them into the inventory of somebody else who improved them, and now the rent's higher. So there are a lot of ancillary things that go into the decisions made here at City Hall that contribute to the lack of affordable housing. This is not a solution, in my view. I like the idea of incentives, but if you make it a mandate, it's simply going to get passed along. That's economics 101. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's okay. Because I'm still Nick Kuzmiak and I still reside at 417 Alabama, but thank you. All right. So let's see. I would like to start off by saying, yeah, I actually do agree with this thing because after the evidence presented on how this works in other cities, it does seem reasonable that if a municipality were to ask for a benefit in return for being annexed into the city, an incentive offer does seem fair. And it does sound like Kansas law might actually prescribe that. So that's just my 2 cents on the matter. However, since I was the guy who last time brought up the red and green chart with all the inner city developments effectively subsidizing the outer ring also developments, I would just want to point out again that in general, outer ring developments are rarely more dense than more central land uses, simply because we don't have the same zoning codes that we used to. In fact, we didn't really have zoning codes, so people built close to each other because it made sense. Really only large apartment buildings, like the one right across from Menards and maybe the Lynx, are indeed dense enough to support their own infrastructure even over time. But the other developments, namely single-family tract subdivisions, they may indeed support both their infrastructure costs at first and others' infrastructure costs. I don't dispute that, but the history and the data do clearly show that the low-density post-60 style developments that we kind of have on the outside of every town in the country, they really just aren't financially viable on their own in the long run on a per acre basis. That's simply because the infrastructure takes longer to get there, the fire and police response takes longer to get there, everything is more spread out, and because of that you basically have a higher cost per person because you have a higher square foot or a linear foot per person. So anyway, just to drive this home, basically the new home taxes do indeed pay for the last generation's infrastructure because they have the same issue once it does need replacing. But the next generation's taxes are going to pay off this generation's own future infrastructure obligations. It's not quite a Ponzi scheme, but it's starting to sound like one. So let me go into what I liked and just wanted to bring up about part 2, chapter 2. So just on the question of annexation again, like I said, don't really have a problem with the quid pro quo, as it were. But it would be really ideal to, like I said, take a financial long-term view of what's going on. And very few cities do this, and as a result, very large majority of cities in the US are facing infrastructure funding shortages. If the federal government didn't step in, a lot of us would not have infrastructure being repaired. I'm not going to go into too much of the math because I think staff does know it. It's just good to note that on a per acre basis, it's really important to see over the length of the life of that infrastructure, does it make sense? It often does not anymore. So that's enough for that. To change gears to not annexation, let's talk about the inner parts of town. So sticking to my script here, there is a great need to allow slightly higher density and for greater mixing of uses nearly everywhere in Lawrence if possible, not just in select neighborhoods. We do need to avoid, if possible, the fire hose versus trickle effect, which is kind of what is currently happening. You have some neighborhoods that, since they don't allow any improvements based on how the subdivision started, nothing will happen. It's a trickle effect. You might have a new porch here, a larger Lexus over here, it's a trickle of new investment into the neighborhood. Whereas the fire hose effect, which is now what's happening in downtown, and a lot of people aren't happy about it, I support it. But a lot of people are not happy with seeing what was basically a warehouse become a huge apartment building. That's the fire hose effect of cataclysmic money, as it's been called. Anyway, upzoning certain places without others will almost certainly concentrate that pent-up demand for denser development. No one area should bear the brunt of a changed paradigm, but no area should be exempt from going back to the traditional development where land uses were actually productive enough to pay their own way over time with infrastructure. So you can probably tell I'm an engineer. I'm all about infrastructure. That's what I do. All right. If you really want to ensure the transition areas, by the way, which are also mentioned in Chapter 2, if you want to ensure these transition areas actually kind of make sense between different land uses, ideally to conform more of a continuum than an abrupt change, as they sometimes do now, consider allowing either neighborhoods or blocks to build to the next level of intensity by right. It sounds crazy, but we've been doing this for thousands of years. This basically means that single-family neighborhoods, the owners, if they wanted to, could build a duplex, or at least make their house into a duplex. It will still look like a single-family house, but one more family can now live there, slightly higher density. And that's one family that doesn't have to live on a quarter-acre lot out in cougar country, right? Basically, most cities have not allowed this since the 1940s or so, when we switched to truly Euclidean zoning. So now we're at the point where most of the pent-up demand is going to be going in the most desirable areas of town, once again, like the giant apartment downtown, right? So if we had allowed incremental development, then we wouldn't be seeing this fire hose effect. If we had not basically encased neighborhoods in amber and said, we must protect exactly how this looks when I bought it at all costs, this wouldn't be happening. They wouldn't have missed the adolescent stages of development from single family to duplex, triplex, live workspace, row houses, bigger apartments. That's how humans have always built. Anyway, I went way off script. That's basically it, so I'm out of time, so thanks.
Thank you.
Evening, Commissioners. My name is Frank Mail. I'm going to kind of continue on with the theme here. We're all adults here, and I think we can all agree that in this big old world, that in the end, there's no free lunch. One way or another, we're going to pick up the tab by buying a product, giving a favor of consideration, dispensing knowledge, or for some of us, just being entertaining. The added resources for annexation are not free. I can guarantee that the community benefit will be passed along in lot prices. It is a simple business concept. So who does this hurt? Everyone. But the biggest burden is on the people who can least afford it. So all the future lot prices are going to increase because of this requirement. That in effect creates a new pricing floor, or raising the pricing floor on comparable lots in Lawrence, whether they are single family, multifamily, or commercial. Of course, lot prices figure into the selling price of the home, which will increase. It doesn't stop there. Real estate taxes are based on the home values, and they increase as well. There is a trend. Increased housing costs necessarily reduce affordability. It seems silly to me that on one hand, we, as a community, voted to tax ourselves $1 million a year to address affordable housing, while on the other hand, on the regulatory side, you folks want to enact policies that work against that very goal. Please realize that a vote for increased annexation costs is a vote against affordable housing. There is no free lunch. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Who would like to be next?
Hello, my name's David Clementi, and I've been building homes for 37 years in this community. I've also done some development, and I will never develop another piece of ground ever anywhere is highly volatile. You absolutely, unless you have several $1,000,000 that you can park cash, you will have to borrow the money. You cannot turn your lots quick enough to make it worthwhile to do a development. It is just too volatile. What I can tell you in those 37 years, I have heard people say, why is our houses so expensive in Lawrence? And I say, it's our land cost. And land is directly proportional to what the end home is going to cost. What is being proposed, you will drive up the cost of land. And if land goes up on the west side of town, it goes up on the east side of town. And if houses go up on the west side of town, they go up on the east side of town. And I can tell you, I think the glory days of building in Lawrence are somewhat diminished. And I know kind of which direction it's going to go if you enact this policy. And there's going to be a lot of people that are not happy with it. You are going to price people out of the market. I would love to see everybody have a home, but it's not practical. It'll never happen. We talk about affordable housing. That sounds great when you're running for public office, or you want to be on some city staff position or assigned a commission position. It's just never going to happen. It's a national problem. We're not going to solve it in Lawrence. And I can sure the heck tell you, you're not going to solve it if you, in essence, tax a new lot in a new development. We have the great misconception that developers get rich. I can tell you firsthand that is not the case. And I can tell you over the 37 years, I have seen where a developer could not give away a lot. And I've also been in the basement of Columbia Savings. When we had a lottery, there was such a short demand, they put their prices on them, and we drew numbers, and they were in the hat, and you drew a number, and you got to pick lots. Well, the people selling those lots said, this is it, we're the only game in town. And you currently have that, and you will have it. We don't allow leapfrog development, and I can understand that, but you have to look. If I can only go two or three directions to annex land and to develop, well, if I'm the seller that wants to sell that land, I'm going to say, I'm the only game in town. Here's what you need to pay me to sell the ground. Well, you don't have much competition. You probably need to look into not excessive leapfrogging, but you need to give people an option other than just saying you can only develop if you're right up against current sorry, my age is catching up with me. Well, you need to give more options for developing, even if it's not right up against city boundaries. So that's going to be a difficult problem to solve because you sure don't want to drive down a gravel road a mile and then come to a subdivision. But competition is the best form of bringing prices down. If there are 100 houses built a year and there are 101 buyers, it's a seller's market. And I can tell you, it's a seller's market right now. And I can also tell you, if I wanted to go out and buy some lots and build a home, there realistically is about one subdivision that I can go to. Those sellers, the average lot is about $77,000. I can't even come close to building a $200,000 home, let alone $150,000. If I go on the east side of town, those lots are 60 or 65. And there's just no way you can build, you got to build 250 to 265. Basically, you know, I'm open for any questions now or later, but I can tell you firsthand from experience how it works. It's just not always profitable. Question? Come on, someone's got to ask me a question.
We may well have questions for all the speakers later, but at this
Okay.
point, we just hear from the public.
And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is. You think about stuff, then you think about what you're going to say. My name's Rod Lang. I'm a home builder here in town, 30 years now, maybe 31. Been through the ups and downs. I hate seeing something enacted where you cannot in any way calculate what it may or may not be if you're going to go out and buy ground and try and develop it. You can't pencil out what the other guy may be doing or whatever happens in that respect. Community benefit tax to me is what it is, and I've never seen taxes go down locally or county-wise. You need to understand one thing. Most all projects are financed. So what you're doing is you're taxing funds that are having to be borrowed by the buyer. And I would say average home down payment is 20%. So if it was 80% borrowed, all this tax money you're gathering is all borrowed money that people are paying 30 years for. I just don't think it's right to penalize people that these projects that are built are all taxed, sales tax like crazy for income coming in Lawrence. And you have it's the highest there is, property taxes because it's new construction and sold at higher prices. I just don't think it's right to tax people that don't see something coming. And I think that's what you're doing here. The ones that can't speak for themselves coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Lefty. My name is Rob Holst. I'm the executive officer of the Lawrence Board of Realtors. I'll try and do this last. I'm a baseball guy, and my coach, when I played, always put me at the bottom of the order, and I think I know why. And it was because I was fast. So in that spirit, I'm going to try and make this fast. But I wanted to quote Danny Davy, our governmental affairs director, but she quoted Greta. I'm not sure how to quote a quote, so I'm just going to talk again about a community benefit. And here's what we know. Our association has done all kinds of research, and it's great to have the home builders represented here at the national level. We have all kinds of research that also tell us that homeowners are more likely to serve. Homeowners are more likely to vote. Children in stable home environments, home ownership, achieve higher levels scholastically. We know that home ownership creates, in and of itself, a community benefit. So what we're seeing here in our community is an erosion of the ability for what we'll call it housing affordability, we'll call it whatever, but I like to use the term workforce housing. So people people that we employ, people that are in front of me, people that you employ, people at the university, people at the hospital, people in our community who we might consider to be workforce housing are priced out of our market. The nature of our transaction in 2018 increased over 13%. Now that doesn't mean my house, your house, whatever went up 13%. It means the nature of the transaction. The availability of lower moderate priced housing is eroding, and the nature of the transaction is simply increasing. And so I think it's so important that when, as Frank I think eloquently said, when we are passing sales tax opportunities to raise millions of dollars, and we have an Affordable Housing Advisory Board, and we're identifying with toolkits great opportunities and ways to increase density and do great things in our community to increase the opportunity for housing, that we pass a policy in a guide, in what is a long-range planning guide, we are establishing policy that make it a mandate to do something that will increase those costs. And so I would ask you to consider to just not do something that is contrary to the overarching goal in the community at this time, which is to identify ways to make workforce housing more available in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any others? One more call. Does anyone else want to speak? Okay, we're going to close the public comment portion of this item, but that doesn't mean you're off the hook. We may very well have questions for the individuals that came forward. So at that, we will start into Chapter 2. What the process that we had for the Chapter 6 was that we went through all of the definitions and sidebars first. But we have so much of our public comment was very focused on a particular issue, which actually comes at the end of Section A from Chapter 2 about this community benefit. So I think we need to just skip directly to that. So if you're looking for where to find it, it's on page 13. And Jeff, we may have you pull up on the screen where we are in that item. And specifically, it starts at 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 on page 13. Start with, does anyone have specific questions to start off with for either staff or the public? Commissioner Payton.
Looking at the communities of all sizes, the list of 25, I was just noticing these all seem, or almost all seem, very like big communities or larger than Lawrence anyway, with maybe an exception of a couple. And somebody had mentioned what they are. Boulder is the one that I think that is closest to us in size. I don't know about nature, but what is that specific? I mean, can you tell me anything about that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree that the idea wasn't to find and reflect an exact comparison to our policy. And I will agree that the majority of them are what they call community development agreements, kind of a legal term and concept of something like a stadium, and we've got to convince a neighborhood that it's good for them, and so they'll go through negotiation. Boulder probably comes closest through their land use principles of doing what we're attempting to put forth here, which is address community need. They have as high a affordable housing issue as anyone in the nation, so their land use codes kind of reflect, and there is some trade-off, and whether it's density bonuses or height or those kinds of things. I actually rather like Ms. Flory's proposal. I think it's headed in the right direction. If I think back to some of what the steering committee's discussion had been about it, and I think there's some good things in there. It was never intended to really extract more from the development community, but it's also based on some ideas in what we're doing with affordable housing that we can ask the private sector to be part of the solution. And I mean, I would argue, where's the private sector today except those that are trying to take advantage of low-income housing tax credits or some other national, federal, and state grant incentives and money. So I think we need to keep asking how the private sector can participate in community benefits. I actually have more to say about this now that I've heard this, and I don't know if you're willing to let me have the floor for a moment, Madam Chair, but.
Well, go ahead, we'll hear from you, and we'll have plenty of other questions from
Okay.
the Commission.
I want to hit a couple of points. So if you start out and look at 2.2, the policy is that this Tier 2 land outside of the city shall be annexed if the need to accommodate demand is established and if a community benefit is provided. You know, that if there's a need gets, I think, a little bit at Professor McClure's comments about, are we monitoring the market enough to know whether or not it's healthy or not? And then a community benefit is provided, gets at the issue that we have values and needs in the community, whether they be environmentally based, economically based, development based, or housing based. And all of those make the list, right? Economic development and environmental issues and, you know, so on and so forth. It's not just affordable housing we're talking about. And there's a variety of land uses out there that we need to grow the city, and there's a variety of different lands that can provide something to the community as a benefit for getting infrastructure, which does add value to property in order to develop to urban standards. And so I will tell you that if we do even something close to what these policies set out, it's going to generate 100-fold more discussion on annexations than we currently have set out. Because right now, we've tried to reflect over the years and through this 5-year process that Horizon 2020 policy basically says, come one, come all. If you want to annex and you can pay for the infrastructure, then so be it. Some may argue that's great and that's what we need. That's not what we heard through our 4 years of information gathering and working with the steering committee about managing our growth a little bit better, and that annexation should be a little bit more beneficial to the community and not just the private sector. And so that's kind of the purpose of how we got to this place in proposing this policy framework to you. There's certainly a range of what could occur in here, but I actually kind of appreciate what the home builders are trying to do is attempt to come to the table and try to participate in the discussion.
Jeff, could I have you put that language back up? I'm sorry, I just had you switch.
And I also know this is not an anti-growth, anti-housing policy in our mind. It's intended to do just the opposite, which is to set up some expectations and a little bit of process in order to get properties on the ground. But it should meet a need that we have, and it should be beneficial for all.
I had a question. One of the ways that we measure growth is through the issuance of new construction permits, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so Scott, going back to your point where you said Horizon 2020 is more permissive when it comes to annexations, and yet, I mean, annexation hasn't, you know, in the last 10 years or so, it's slowed down quite a bit, and our new construction permit issuance has kind of gone up and down, and I don't know anything about economics, but that seems to be a reflection of the market a little bit within the city. Am I mistaken on that?
Well, we've done, I mean, we have evolved our reporting, so now we report biannually on commercial retail health. I've seen a draft of this year's residential lot inventory that we'll be publishing soon. That helps us understand how many years of inventory we have of residential lots, single-family lots, against permits and those trends. So we do try to develop these indicators to let us know where we're at on different kinds of land uses. Some of them aren't fully developed, but they're shared with the Planning Commission and City Commission and the community to help us gauge, you know, from one perspective, I would argue at least, where we sit with market health. One of the projects, one of the larger subdivisions done in the last few years is, I forget the name of it, over by Wakarusa and Legends Drive.
Oregon Trail?
Cedar Grove.
Cedar Grove.
Which maybe a lot of builders in here are building homes over there. You know, if you recall, the discussion there was, do we annex more land or do we replace some industrial business park zoning with residential zoning in order to accommodate that subdivision? Because at the time, we were, you know, 5, 6, 7 years of residential inventory. And so it looked like a good time to open up some residential lots. So in some ways, we're having some of these discussions without the policy support in the comp plan to truly have them and put some framework around them. So the intent with this plan is to do that and set up a little bit better framework to have those discussions.
I would speak to the steering committee's work some on this issue. And certainly, and Ms. Flory mentioned this in her talks, that because she, I think, attended all or most of them, maybe all of them, far more than I did, because I came on just at the end. I was appointed for the last 4 months or so of that steering committee's lifetime. The discussion that was coming out around this issue was that we'd hoped that the language would really reflect this, this open dialogue and advantages to both parties. That's also kind of alluded to in the staff report that we got here today. Certainly, I think we can say, from hearing from the development community, that we missed that with the language, that's, whether that was the intent or not, it's not coming through with it. So certainly we need to work on that language so that we can ensure to our building community that it's not just an extra tax, that there is some give and take and dialogue. There's certainly things that our community wants out of this community benefit, the sensitive lands protection and things like that. But we have a pretty big obligation to the community that also brings in resources and invests in our community to make sure that that can happen in a reasonable fashion also. So this is a start with some language here, and if we're ready to talk about that specifically, or if we want to hear more generally. Commissioner.
I'm just thinking about what you just said in this language here in section 3.8. As I read that, that doesn't preclude in any way any creative agreements. It says annexation request shall include a community benefit identified in consultation with staff based on the needs of the community and in the context of what that annexation request can support. Collaboration between the developer and governmental and community partners and programs is encouraged in the implementation of providing the community benefits. To me, that sort of leaves this sort of situation as a possibility without spelling out that there must be a quid pro quo, or there must be incentives given or offsetting. This allows for that should it be something that is worked out between staff and community partners and developers.
The language, sorry if I may.
I'm just, so I guess that's what, does that, that to me reads that it doesn't preclude any sort of creative agreements that the parties can come to.
And that language is a little more open than the language in 2.2, which just says the land shall only be annexed. Yeah, shall only be annexed if a community benefit is provided. Actually, that's the accommodate the demand, that the demand is established and that the community benefit is provided. So that doesn't leave a lot of room for getting anything in return on that one.
In my mind, this idea of community benefit is not as narrow as what is in the sidebar. I mean, we're talking about, as Dr. McClure mentioned, and with the growth management, that we bring in land for housing when we need land for housing. And Scott identified that's been part of negotiations. So that right there could be the community benefit, is we need area for this type of development. And in addition to that, we can look at these other things we already have built into the code, density bonuses and all types of other building incentives as they are. I think, to me, I don't know if we're arguing extremes here tonight, or if we're just, or if it's just we're nitpicking some terms, but I'd like to hear from the planning staff and anybody that was on the steering committee, where this discussion went, just in how broadly interpreted the idea of community benefit is.
So if you look at the rest of 3.8, starting with that last full sentence, the community benefit, including the provision method, shall be considered by the Planning Commission, approved by the City Commission, and included in an annexation agreement. It's supposed to be a process. It's not supposed to be prescribed, because every annexation request, in my mind, may lend something different. It may be a 200-acre parcel with the most pristine hardwood forest that we really have some community values around preserving. It may be some economic development parcel that's going to build our primary employment, our next big primary employment center. That may be the benefit. So not only will the benefit be determined ultimately by the governing body through planning commission discussion, starting off with sort of staff and applicant dialogue, but then the methodology of that, the nuts and bolts, the fine details, gets worked out in the annexation agreement. The annexation agreement may say, as parcels or as lots are platted, this much in the tract will be preserved in a tract for sensitive lands, over and above what the code requires. So it's those kinds of examples that go forward with it. So you're right, I mean, at some point, we'd like to talk at a pretty high policy level in the plan, but it's a process, and it gets us talking about these things that we may desire today, but don't have the policy support to really make it happen. Does that make sense?
Yes. So, to your point then on setting the policy, this is supposed to be high-level aspirational. So, and I'm sorry, Scott, I'm going to jump back to 2.2. I think some of us are looking at 3.8, some of us are looking at 2.2, and they say similar things, but they're not the same, obviously. Is shall then, does that have the potential to restrict future planning commissions and future city commissions in interpretation of what may be a community? I mean, because if we can thin out the definition of community benefit by saying, well, just the presence of a house is of benefit to the community to necessitate annexation, then isn't shall too strong a language for something that can be thinned out that much?
So a couple of things. One is if you read how we have defined what is a community benefit in the sidebar, it's more than just providing land uses at an urban level, okay? It's more than that. It's community identified needs, and I think it's intended to, through our next 20 years, for the community, through the planning commission and governing body, to be able to identify what's needed at that moment of time when the annexation comes through at that particular property. It depends on how strong you want it in your policy. We used shall because we believe it's strong enough that, and maybe it's that it shall be annexed if a review of the demand is established, and a review of the community benefits, so that at least it's part of the discussion. If it's not that if we're not to a point where we're mandating need and benefit be shown, then let's at least mandate that the discussion is there, because that would take us leaps and bounds. And I'm not trying to back off what we're proposing. We're still proposing that it's strong enough language that we have reflected evidence of need and that there's a community benefit given. And whether that's kind of, incentivized benefit or mandated benefit or different things, we can talk about that. We're starting from a position that those two things are demonstrated with an annexation request.
Yeah, and you cite the list in the sidebar.
Right.
And the discussion that we had in December, we talked, or at least I talked, a lot about that is may include, not exhaustive.
Correct.
But also not, enumerated by any means. Again, I don't know how much, well, I'll give you an example. So you say public safety facilities here in the sidebar. How does the city procure land for parks, police, like the police station that's being planned out in Northwest Lawrence? How did the city procure that land?
It comes in different forms. Some of it's
Okay.
donated to us, some of it's purchased.
Okay.
Some of it's not so great land, so it's dedicated to us for
Right.
those reasons.
Is there an example of donated land that went to
We
the
have-
city?
We have donated parks, right?
Okay. Like Dad Perry and.
Mostly parks. Some of them we've gone out and purchased, like other entities, like school districts. We go outside the city when land is relatively inexpensive and buy it for the future, hold it for the future. But it can also be exacted at time of land use approval and annexation. There are cities that exact it either at that time or there are impact fees that pay for parks and streets and different things. So there's a number of ways that municipalities ask private sector to help out on some of those other things. Otherwise, and the other option is it's left to the general community to build up, and that's an argument, right, as well. Everybody gets taxed if you want a new park. Well, the idea there is, the general idea is that as the community grows out, each part of that community is going to provide not only the home to live in, but some of the amenities, the streets, the infrastructure, the parks, and determining what's an amenity versus a basic civic need becomes the discussion. Police and fire facilities. It's not an amenity. We need police and fire. And so who pays for the next one? Where do we get the land for the next facility? Should it be paid for by someone in the far southeast? Some would argue yes, some would argue no. So that's kind of part of the discussion.
Can we look at that sidebar, the what is the community benefit? Because the four that are listed, which it's not an exhaustive list, permanent affordable housing, provision of land, parks and such, preservation of sensitive lands, and primary employment. What would people think about adding some language about a community benefit that would support a residential supply? I'm thinking residential, but probably applies other places. A supply for residential lots and housing to keep affordable, to keep
housing affordable.
To keep lots and housing at all levels within reasonable levels.
You're talking about just the sidebar?
We're just in the sidebar, just in the, what else, I mean, I know it's supposed to be left fairly open and to be creative, but what are some of these things that, if they're not spelled out in here, I think the community we're hearing from is saying, is worried that, providing that need, we've talked about that, providing residential lots when we need those for our inventory, that there are times when that's a community benefit, but that's not something that's spelled out in here. Is there some way to put that in?
I think that's in the language in the main body, in terms of establishing a need. Establishing a need for the housing market. It's in the main body. If that's something that the community needs, then that will be established by this process.
So it is still subjective, though, and that's where I'm having most of my problems with it. And again, this is what I said in December of, if we think we need more housing units, and we don't need to say even houses or apartments, just more bedrooms, but there's not an appetite in the community, then we're at an impasse again. We're going to say, members of the community are going to say, that need's not established. And maybe city staff is going to say the need is established. And the planning commission is going to say it is, and the city commission may say it is or it isn't. It's still, it's still so subjective on establishing need. Who's the burden of proof on? Where's the tipping point? When is it, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to butcher this, but where's the preponderance of evidence that says the need is there or the need is not there? I mean, we are semi-judicial.
Commissioner Carter.
Thank you. There are a couple of edits. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's the right time to propose specific edits, but to section 2.2, to kind of firm up some of what you're talking about, and also to place a little bit less of the burden on the developers from the standpoint of the, whether it's the expense or the the burden of provision. One is, where is it? Tier 2 land shall only be annexed if, I'm in favor of shall, because I feel like you have to set expectations. Variances and exceptions can always be requested, but you need to set the expectation. So in this particular case, I'm in favor of shall, but I would say if the need to accommodate demand is established and if a demonstrable community benefit is provided for. So the difference between provided and provided for is that conditions are created whereby this benefit may be introduced.
Can you read that again? So I can...
Just two words. Mm-hmm. Before the word community benefit, the word demonstrable. And at the end of the sentence, instead of provided, to add the word for, provided for.
Are you taking out then the need to accommodate demand?
No.
And so
no, I'm not changing. I mean, basically just, this addresses the subjectivity. I mean, like, what's a community benefit? That basically this dialogue, the interaction between the developer and the city includes the demonstrable provision of some kind of community benefit. It's something quantifiable, it's something measurable, it's something identifiable, and not a principle. The second thing, I mean, as Commissioner Ashworth mentioned, I think Section 3.8 largely already and as Scott also mentioned, I think it already calls attention, for example, to the collaborative process. I think a sentence might be included, as several of the realtors and home builders have suggested, that might say something like, what was it? Offsetting incentives may be part of the discussion, or may be discussed as part of the process. Identifying offsetting incentives as one potential element to be included in the discussion, but I think collaboration is already explicitly spelled out in the language.
May I have a question? Quick question. Offsetting benefits, that's a planning term, right?
I think I know what it means.
The 4 years I've been doing this, I don't remember hearing about it until I started doing some reading in this, and it comes up very rarely. So
well, it's incentives. I mean,
right.
it's you're getting more density, or you're, it's interesting.
Density credits.
We start giving value to land with our sector planning, right? We start painting different shades of brown and yellow and purples and reds. And then, so the landowner knows what we're looking at, what we're looking for in our plan. Oh, this is commercial property, so it's worth X. Or it's residential property, so it's worth X. And so to me, that's the toughest sort of thing to get our hand around, because we don't control. There are certain things we won't control. We won't control the land prices. We won't control labor and materials and everything that goes into that. And then when we zone land, that establishes a little bit finer scale value. So now you can get RS7 property. You can get so many single-family homes, or we can add a little more value if we give you multi-dwelling property, and now you can do multi-dwelling development, that kind of thing. And if our plan document says, do you want infill and increased heights and increased density and transit-oriented design and those kinds of things, you either, two ways to do it. You mandate it or you incentivize it. My experience in this community is incentivization doesn't go we either haven't found the sweet spot yet, or willing participants or something, but not very much is done through incentives, even though the code has a little bit of it. Mixed use, the projects we have done are four-letter words in the community, it seems, sometimes. So, I'm willing to explore any one of these options. I think we should explore these options. And maybe it's, leave it broad enough to explore any option that comes. But I think it should be the opportunity for incentives should remain, but there should be enough shall statement in there to demand it too, in my opinion.
I guess my question was around who, a density credit, would that necessitate a rezoning? If a developer has RS7 and says, you know what, I would really love to build to RS12, or maybe maybe into the RM.
Yeah, it may necessitate a rezoning or plan development overlay, something that
So
gives them the ability to do that.
Some of those actions would come before a governing body.
Correct, absolutely.
Okay. So, I mean, we say offsetting benefit is not exactly an incentive as we define it.
You have
It
to
goes to
start
the
somewhere.
IRB and.
Yeah, you have to start with a position that you have RS7 zoning.
Right.
Well, I want RM12. Well, what do we do
Right.
today? We just give them RM12. You know, we may go through a comp plan amendment and they prove that RM12 is worthy, but it's all to the private sector side of the equation is my perspective or an argument. What are we getting for upzoning to RM12 as a community? You could argue, well, we're getting more dense, we're getting more, mostly infill these days, right, with that kind of thing. But as we have all this opportunity outside of the city to grow and manage growth by design, not just no growth or pro-growth, just manage it by design, what's that process look like? And how are we gonna have thoughtful discussions about it? That's what we're trying to attempt here.
I certainly appreciate the need for the creativity and leaving it open, but I would think for the development community that level of uncertainty is also very frightening as far as, I've always kind of said that that's the most expensive thing for a developer is the uncertainty of not knowing where the lines are and where the rules are. So is there anywhere where we can a little bit clarify more what how much are we looking for, or what exactly, what are the rules that we're putting out?
Yeah, you know, I've thought a little bit about this because it is a high-level policy issue, and it may demand further, just like a lot of your policies and steps you're seeing, you're going to see a lot of work after it's adopted on the tighter framework of it.
Mm-hmm.
We may need to get there with something like this. There's a lot of risk right now in annexation. You may not even get your application heard, right? I mean, there's no guarantee to be annexed by the city. It's a request at the city to receive urban services. That's why we annex. So there, it starts out as a risky proposition, I would argue. And I do think that it could get to the place, if you review Boulders, for example, it's codified about what some of those incentives look like. We've tried not to be too prescriptive with it because, again, the part I don't agree with Ms. Fleury's revision is striking the idea that it's about in the context of what the request can support, because that speaks to me to a lot of environmental issues, because there may be a property requesting to be annexed that has some valuable environmental components to it. It'd be an opportune time to preserve those lands, frankly. So I do think we need to look at the land itself and what's available to address the community benefit that we're trying to provide for. I just don't know how to get prescriptive at the comp plan level. It's really tough.
What's the minimum acreage for an annexation request?
Yeah, we don't have one.
Okay. Could it be an individual lot?
Could be.
Okay, so we can go from an individual lot to a sector, I mean, a huge area. So it'd be really hard to come up with specifics when we're trying to cover, in this document, to cover all those different
We talked about that. If you look at 3.9, we dabbled with different 3 acres, 5 acres, different things. Well, we kind of landed where there are some, those single lot homes or buildings where existing developments seeking infrastructure, it didn't seem equitable that they require a community benefit since they're already developed.
And that's primarily because they have to be adjacent to where the infrastructure already exists, so it's just really hookup costs for one lot.
In other words, I agree, there's probably a line there somewhere where it kind of dies out.
The area of Tier 2 is already regulated by the city in some sense.
It's in our urban growth area today, right?
So we have Tier 1, which is our existing city limits. It's prioritized for development at any time. And then Tier 2 shall only be annexed if, 1, the need to accommodate demand is established, and 2, the community benefit is provided. And then by Tier 3, we're saying not designated to be annexed within the plan's time horizon unless the proposal is found to be the only way to address an identified community need and provide a community benefit.
I'm good with 2.3.
We do need Tier 2 to develop within the plan's time frame in order to accommodate the growth that we have. So we have to kind of listen to the community that's come forward about their real reservations about moving forward with development under the language that we have here. I think not changing anything would really not. There's even if we say all of our intentions were for it to be a dialogue, but that's not the perception, that's still going to hurt us in terms of development. I mean, we need to really have something that answers the community that came forward about their concerns with that language. Because if we don't develop in Tier 2, then the cost of housing will, just by supply and demand, have to increase, and it will also then push development, or residential development anyway, out into the rural areas, which we've also asked for in this plan not to have so much of. So I do think we need to consider how do we really frame this in terms of a dialogue and frame the language in that way.
How about the city shall adopt policies to annex land in Tier 2, period. Consider community land use inventories, market sector health, and residential valuation to income ratio, among other factors, when assessing the need for annexation. The city shall develop policies.
When do we cross the line into writing the next step, when we put this into the development code?
When?
Yeah, I mean, how much detail
are
we going to do now? Because we got this general, process that we say we want it to be a process in our document, that we want it to be a discussion. We want it to be a discussion that takes place with staff before, large investments take place. And then it comes to, through the different boards and commissions with a final recommendation to the city commission, where there's even more discussion. So I think what we have here does what we're talking about, and I think what we're starting to do is what we were accused of doing on Chapter 6, is starting to write the code. So there's going to be so much opportunity to get some definitions and things after we get this basic policy. But for me right now, what Chairperson Willie brought up about, how do we address what was brought to us tonight, the missing piece to me is, if Ms. Flory, if you could, since it was your language, what kinds of incentives are in your mind when you speak about incentives to the developer? Because in large parts of the community, when we talk about incentives, that is one of those four-letter words that causes a lot of friction out in that audience when they come up before the city commission, at least.
Well, just like the community benefit, and what's the appropriate community benefit depends on what the city is saying and the need is. What the appropriate incentive is depends on what the developer is trying to accomplish on his project. Right now, we have all the infrastructure costs are paid for by the developer. There's nothing if the infrastructure costs that they're asking the city to pay for. So what are some types of examples? Well, the one that you've already talked about tonight, we've already heard of density increases. But not all developers want to increase the density of their subdivision. So maybe it is waive system development charges. That's an example of an incentive. Okay, so if we give you this beautiful area of this subdivision that would make a nice park, fine, we will donate that land, take that land out of the equation for the production of lots if you waive system development charges on the other lots. Now, I'm just using that as a rough example. Of course, that would have to pencil out for both sides because that could be a very big number. But that is an example, and you can take any one of these development issues.
Can you define what the system, what those charges are for those of us that are
for the system development
involved with
charges?
that?
No. They're outrageous.
Well, what are they? What
are they?
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought you said, am I fine with them? You said, well, I define them. I'm like, no.
I'm asking for a definition, just.
Water and sewer.
Okay.
What it was we already pay for the water and sewer lines in the subdivision, but then we have the treatment plant. So the city decided probably 20 years ago, they said, okay, you're going to need to buy in or purchase your equity, and that's what it is. It's before you even flush the toilet. You have bought into your equity at the wastewater treatment plant.
Right,
that's the justification
which
for
is
it.
on all of our water bills right now, paying for that treatment plant, right?
Right, and as are the new people that move in and start their water bills as well. They pick up too. They pick up also, but they don't start at that first bill they get in the mail. They start when the building permit is pulled. That's the point at which system development charges are collected at the time of the building permit fee. Another suggestion, another potential would be we have street trees that have to be planted. Maybe flexibility on, okay, you don't have to plant all the street trees that are required per code. Maybe there's some relaxed flexibility on that. Maybe we don't have 5-foot sidewalks on both sides of the street. Maybe in this subdivision that runs this length, we only do one side where we have 5-foot sidewalks. Those are just some examples of all kinds of incentives, but it depends, again, on the developer. Maybe the developer for his project wants it to be a very walkable and very bicycle-friendly neighborhood, so that's not something he's willing to give up, but then he doesn't want to do something else that is a requirement. So it's a trade-off. And the idea of giving a benefit, a community benefit, I don't think that's unappealing. I think developers appreciate doing things in the community that make their subdivisions more desirable and more appreciative, more sellable. But I think the problem is giving those things without something in return, so it's sort of an exchange. So I don't think it's just that I'm not saying that we don't want them. We're just saying, hey, this is possible. This development has an opportunity to give something, but let's have some sharedness. Let's have some shared opportunity here and not let it all be the developer giving whatever it is that's being asked. But they should get something back in return. Because if they give a portion of their lot that they have been paying taxes on, if they all of a sudden they're not going to be able to develop the entire lot, that's a significant economic loss for that person who has invested in that property and possibly sat on it for years. I mean, there are some developers that have land that they've sat on for years and waiting for the right time. Maybe they think it's the right time. Planning staff doesn't think it's the right time, or maybe they know it's not the right time. They don't bring it in yet, but they have paid taxes on it and they sit on it for many years. So, people have significant investment in our community too. They live here, they work here, they have reputations here. They don't want to do things to make most people do not want to build houses or develop subdivisions that are going to be negative or have a bad reputation because they want to continue working here.
Okay, thanks. So, Scott, this is what's anticipated to all be part of the discussion under what we have here?
I think yes, and I think that's where some of the follow-up work where maybe some prescribed lists start coming into focus, right? About, because some of the things Bobby mentions are debatable and controversial, right? So do we need to follow up and start putting some framework around it at the appropriate time so that the developers can come in and know maybe what that list entails? Maybe it's a list adopted by the governing board through the planning commission so we can know, okay, we're willing to look at one sidewalk on a street that's short, cul-de-sac, that kind of thing, or density bonuses or this for landscaping or affordable housing or whatever. But yeah, I think we're on track with the idea here. But we didn't go so far as to outline it and define detail in the policy.
I'm seeing more common ground than differences and more discussion that we're having here this evening.
I think there probably is as well, but we push back on that the need becomes the benefit. We think the need needs to be justified, that it's not the same thing as the benefit.
Right.
Because that's where the private sector and the public sector kind of push and pull on each other with that. But I think there's plenty to talk about in terms of incentives and trade-offs and different things. And it'd be a great discussion to have.
So I have a question. I'm hearing, the developer pays for all this stuff and then it's passed to the purchaser eventually. Or incentive is given by the city. So to me, it seems like either way, that cost is passed on to someone.
Well, I think that the incentive is intended to keep the building cost the same. So you take the same project and you're exacting some land over here for park. They need to make up, and it takes up 5 lots worth of land. Where are they gonna get those 5 lots back? Are they gonna get it back in reducing their infrastructure cost, in waiving fees, whether they be building permit or system development, or are they getting more lots smaller somewhere else, clustering somewhere else on the property? So that's what we're talking about with sort of those trade-offs. Trying to keep their equity stake in it the same while the community gets something more than they would have gotten otherwise. So where you would have had a project that had 28 lots and no park, now you've got 22 lots in a nice park. Or maybe it stays 28 lots, but they're smaller and we've foregone some of the elements that you might otherwise see in a neighborhood. Then we get to talk to the bike ped people about why we don't have sidewalks everywhere. And again, some of these are controversial issues. Some of them are city commission issues when it comes to fees and charges and those kinds of things. That's why we can't prescribe them at this level, in my opinion.
Commissioner Weaver.
I see the whole thing as a negotiation between staff and developers. And to call the community benefit a mandate, I don't think is correct. It should be a mutually agreeable community benefit. So you can come with what things you think you need to have to get things done, and we have to have these things for sure that we know the city wants and what the goals of the community are. So I see it more of an item in flux, and it isn't a mandate. It's yeah, you have to have a community benefit, but you get to have some say in what that benefit's going to be and maybe how that can be offset. So I guess what I would suggest in 2 would be, let me get my glasses back on. Tier 2 will only be annexed if the need to accommodate demand is established and if a mutually acceptable community benefit is provided. And then the second sentence really is kind of hanging out there, but I think it should say community land use inventories, market sector health and residential valuation income ratio, among other factors, will be considered when assessing the need for annexation.
Commissioner Weaver, can you state that again from the top?
Probably not.
I'm sorry.
But I'll try.
I just wanted to make sure I hear it.
Well, I'm saying Tier 2 will only be annexed and add mutually acceptable before community benefit in that third line in 2.2.
So then that puts some of the responsibility back on the staff or the city or the planning
Right,
commission to make sure that that's an equitable.
Yeah, who better knows what the community needs are than our planning staff?
Well.
Right?
I'm not even gonna touch that one. What I was thinking about is, I think we assume that it's acceptable to the developer, or they would just withdraw their request.
Right.
But maybe there's a way, yeah, I mean, maybe there's, if that helps the framing of it, then all the better.
Yeah.
And I would also say that this list of community benefit was developed by us based on hearing commissions of all kinds, right? Sustainable Advisory Board, Planning Commission, Historic I mean, it all goes into the pot in our mind with community benefit. Because there may be historic element to try to protect and preserve that's sitting out there in the county that wants to come into the city. There are a lot of them. But the opportunity might happen upon annexation. That might be the community benefit.
Can we hear from either Ms. Flory or Mr. Eckhart, who have been making,
May I-
okay.
May I interject? Actually,
sorry, one
forgive me,
moment.
Mr. Eckhart, because before you speak, I actually was going to ask a question as well, and that is, our entire discussion this evening has been, it seems to me, equating annexation with home building. This is all about Tier 2. This is all about the conditions for annexing land into the city. But all of the observations have been about housing affordability and the burden on home builders and realtors and buyers. This policy is deliberately intended to alter the calculus for the priorities under which new construction takes place. So one thing I'd like to hear from Mr. Eckhart is, aside from the penalties, perceived penalties or burdens for annexing new land and creating those conditions under which new construction takes place, what are some of the things that would make construction within Tier 1 more attractive?
Sure, that's a good question. I think overall, listening to your very good debate, I think you're kind of missing the point. You're still adding. You're still adding. You're adding. If you talk about community benefit, you're still adding to the cost. Even if you say that you go from 29 lots and then you make a park and it's 22 lots and there's a park, it still costs the same as when there were 29 lots. You didn't do anything to make it affordable. And if you are of the mindset that we're going to have a community benefit paid for by somebody, it's still going to cost more. So if that's your goal, that's fine. I would encourage you not to end up like Boulder. I worked with the Boulder City Council and with their county commissioners, and they just refused to participate in the affordable housing debate. They said, we don't want poor people. That's their goal. That's fine if that's what you want, but don't pick that as your goal. Pick a different city. That's a bad example of how to do workforce housing. There's no cop or teacher that lives within 20 miles of Boulder. But those people live there sure want teachers. So keep that in mind. Making Tier 1, I know it's not all housing, it's also commercial. It's also, you want Target, right? You want the next company that comes out of KU, you want their incubation to be here, you want them to get formed here and create jobs here and have them buy homes here. I think the role isn't to make it harder, right? You should try and make this easier for there to be growth. Tier 1, looking at your map, which I've seen, there's a lot of little pockets of Tier 2 inside that Tier 1, right? The different colors anyway. maybe I got the colors wrong, but you've got a lot of room for growth, right? You can do this. I don't know the exact answer, but nothing that makes it more expensive. I think you're not maybe grasping the concept that it's the consumer that pays. And you're right about the climate, right? That's the big changer there. And new housing is better for the climate. New housing is better for the environment. It costs less to operate. It lasts longer. It's built up to different codes. Old houses, I'm sure you drive around older parts of Lawrence, and if you did the heat maps, you'd find bombs of heat coming out of the old houses. But you go by the new subdivisions, they're airtight. They're not harming the climate. So there's a community benefit right there, not hurting the planet. I think that the more, the developer, you had said that the private sector doesn't participate. The low-income housing tax credit program provides workforce housing. It's not the developer's role to be a charity. It's their role to make money, just like it's your role to get a salary for your job. That's their job, provide housing for people. Housing costs too much, and so the government has chosen to invest in housing so that lower income people can get houses. What you're proposing here is the exact opposite in all tiers. You're proposing to make it more expensive for people to buy houses. And that's okay, it's your city. But I think you need to really consider the shalls and the demands and even if there's an incentive, it's still costing. You're still adding and trying to get it back down to where you started if you didn't have the benefit. Maybe start without the benefit and try and make the costs lower so that people can afford to buy a home. Developers aren't evil people. I've worked for them for 10 years. They're not going to make your town into a hellhole because they live here. You see them in the grocery store. Just like your elected officials or appointed officials, you're not going to do the wrong thing and get yipped out in the grocery store. See, they're not, there can be some trust that they're not going to destroy. Yeah, there may be a bad actor here and there, but don't start off thinking it's all got to be paid for by the developer, because it isn't the developer. It's you. If you try and go buy a new house in Tier 2 next year when this is in place, you're going to be really upset, because it's a lot cheaper to go into an older house in Tier 1. So how to answer your question, make Tier 1 more of a place to go. It's all about the fees. That's it. Regulations account for 28% of new single family and 32% of multifamily. If you take down some of those fees and some of those regulations, that would make Tier 1 the place to go. There's no need for the developer to pay for absolutely everything involved in a house. If your city's too poor to have development, then don't do it. But you're not. You're Lawrence, Kansas. You guys got plenty of funds. You can let the sewer be paid for by the city, then let the developer do that. There's lots of ways to do that, but that's the way to do it. Find a way to make those fees, the impact fees, the infrastructure needs go down. Make that the community benefit. The city pays for the sewer. Then more people can build in Tier 1. They can build multifamily. They can build townhomes. The number one structure being built in America right now is a townhouse, because nobody can afford single family. There's more townhomes being built than any structure in the country. Allow for that. Minneapolis does this. They took every single family zone lot and they made it multifamily. You can go up to 3 units on one single family lot. Price of housing going down. You could do that inside Tier 1. A lot of things we could do. Yeah, but it's going to cost the city something. You're going to have to participate. But you can do it. It works. So I know I get all fired up, but I just, we want to create jobs. Think about it this way. Every time you build a new, 3 new homes, 1 permanent job is created in your community. Right? New carpenter, new electrician, new plumber, new person at the tile company, the bank. Those are voters. Last I checked, you guys care about voters.
Thank you, Mr. Eckhart. We may have more questions. There was talk here from you, Scott, about the trade-off being of a similar equity, which I think will be hard to do when we haven't really named any incentives that seem like they might come close to an equity of provision of land or affordable housing. But is that, I mean, if that's the standard, then I think if that gets into the language, then that would give some credence to this idea of not just passing off costs then to additional houses.
Yeah, but again, we don't know what the benefit is that we're trying to offset. And so maybe the offset is, we'll support a comp plan amendment to get you to a higher zoning district.
You're saying it may.
I mean, I don't know yet what the benefit that the land can provide that's going to equal the offset. And it is a bit of negotiation. And it's, at the end of the day, every annexation is a political decision of the governing body. And so it's hard to say, put in a comp plan at the 10,000 foot level, what equity is or what the offset is, because we don't quite know even what benefit we're trying to identify yet or what the land can give us. So, you know, for example, if it's residential, you're probably looking at either sensitive land protection, you may be looking at donated park, and some of it comes to us because it's not great land to have, and so we can do something with it. You're probably looking at affordable housing. That could be in collaboration with one of our nonprofits who does affordable housing. It may be a request for affordable housing trust funds to help out. It may be waived fees. It may be a whole package of incentives or offsets that could help in collaboration. We just don't know yet, but at least this framework gives us that ability to look at it. If it's commercial space, it may be something that provides a benefit to the central governmental operations or even the school district or something that is a need maybe outside of the city, something that benefits our citizens and residents. But Mr. Eckhart's right. We're talking about they're a profit that motivated by profit with profits coming up against public community need. And so I'm not trying to say they're not. We want them to make money. The developers and builders need to be profitable in this. No one's trying to take that away. But is it one-sided today? I don't know. They're saying it's not. They're saying we need to flip it the other way. And I think the experience, I mean, where's all the affordable housing? Because we don't have any of this today, right? But we have an affordability crisis in the nation today. The reason that you see so much of the federal, state, and now the local governments getting into this affordable housing issue is because we're left to their own devices. The private sector is delivering what they can, but it's not matching those income levels that are the working poor and the lower income level. That's why we're trying to build programs and ways and methods to get them to get more of it. And every large municipality in the nation is doing it right now. That's why we've toured Boulder and Colorado and different cities to learn what they're doing. So yeah, we're doing an awful lot with Affordable Housing Advisory Board, and we're doing an awful lot with you to try to mesh things together and bring it together.
So I'm hearing a lot about costs going up. I'm going to bumble through a lot right here to try and kind of get a sense of some things. I'm hearing a lot about costs going up, but often I wonder how much that directly or indirectly has to do with things like climate change or resource consumption and things like that, and I don't think we can always assess that very well. So it does seem like for one, I feel like, you know, we break these down into chapters. We have our growth and development, we have our environment, but I also feel like it's like a human body. We have systems, but we really are just lots of systems working together. So I always have to take into account other things that kind of have an impact on this. And so to
Michael Almond's point, it does seem like we spend a lot of time discussing what should be done about climate change while waiting for someone else to do something about it. And in some strange way, I think that we're kind of trying to look at that also, but that was just a side note. The reason I brought up Boulder earlier, which I'm intimately familiar with, was because it's the only one on the list that I feel like is similar in size to us. And so I felt like something was lacking here. And I'm always trying to find some community that I can look at that is very much like Lawrence, that say has similar housing prices, but has the similar pressures as we do, is in the Midwest. And I've gone to other communities. I have an interest in bicycle and pedestrian issues, and I've gone to other communities and kind of looked at what they're doing there to sort of address some of the same issues we're having here. So that's kind of why I brought up Boulder. So now that we've discussed this, because I mean, I agree with a lot of what was said, which is why I said it. Boulder is a really bad example as far as affordable housing goes. They tried to do a lot, but I would unquestionably say that development has been pushed out of Boulder because of housing costs. That said, Colorado's kind of, the whole state is facing this, and just looking recently at housing costs in Colorado is amazing. But I think that we're kind of next on the list. You know, I see a lot of, I mean, I hate to think of it this way, but it's, you know, everybody in Colorado is upset about Californians moving to Colorado, and everybody in Kansas is upset because of Coloradans moving to Kansas. And I actually have a neighbor who just moved here specifically to move to Lawrence because it's so expensive there. So I think that could happen here, but I guess what I'm wondering is, you have Boulder that's tried to do this, but what community we have that's similar in size, has similar characteristics, similar pressures on them now, that is doing something like this, that we can kind of look at how it's worked, or how it is working, or do we know?
Oh, just have to wait. Yeah. Jeff's done a little more work with gathering the list. The question is on the community benefit memo, are there similar sized communities doing this outside of Boulder?
Midwest college towns, I mean.
Yeah, I don't know, because
Ames, yeah.
I mean, there are different methods for managing growth.
Mm-hmm.
And they all have intended and unintended consequences. But one of the things that I think we need to think about is where we're at today, and how our methods and processes work today, and what product that's yielding us, and what we want to get to, what we aspire to do with the housing issue. And we're doing a lot of things, and this is only one of the things in the toolbox that we're trying to talk to you about. There'll be other things, and it'll take time, because frankly, we just got into this business 5 years ago, right? I mean, before that, there weren't as strong policies related to affordable housing. The board didn't exist. The trust fund didn't exist. We're doing this because we have mechanisms that aren't producing the affordable units required of workforce and other income brackets. And so, while I don't think it's experimental, I think it's by design that we're proposing this framework to you. Because in my mind, if we don't do anything, we end up with the same product from here till the end of the plan. So it's a way to have thoughtful discussions and get at that issue.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Scott, I agree with everything you're saying. I'm still stuck on the shall portion of it, and the reason I say that is this. Going back a couple, 20, 25 minutes or so to Commissioner Carpenter's comments about whether or not us tinkering with the language, going down a route where we're starting to write code and influence code. And I go back to page 7, the graphic, and I know I've spoken about it before. The comprehensive plan informs the strategic plan, which the strategic plan is written by the City Commission based on that body of fives, goals, values for the next 2 years or whatever. And so for a 20-year document, to say shall only and if, I think it removes some of that flexibility that future governing bodies have to reprioritize where housing policy lands in their 2-year strategic plan. Submitted for your consideration.
We have a language suggestion on the table, and I'd like to kind of circle back to that.
Yeah.
And I might tinker just a little further. This is 2.2. Tier 2 land shall and strike only, but be annexed when the need to accommodate demand is established and a mutually acceptable community benefit is provided. It softens it a little bit with the only, and then those are the two conditions to be met, but gets back to this, and this was Commissioner Weaver's suggestion, that the mutually acceptable, to make sure that continues to be a discussion between all parties as far as how that community benefit will be derived.
So I think that is a move in the right direction. I did have language, the city shall adopt policies to annex tier 2 land. City shall adopt policies to annex tier 2 land, period, consider community land use, et cetera.
Is that a stronger annexation language, stronger pro-annexation language then?
I think what it does is it allows the governing body, what I don't want to see happen with this comprehensive plan, and it happened with Horizon 2020. The minute it was adopted, it was amended. And I would like to see it maybe have a little bit of legs for at least maybe a year or two until the first amendment comes.
I just want to make a comment about that comment. I think Horizon 2020 was a plan that was meant to be amended right away.
Oh, I agree with that,
because
yeah.
there were lots of blanks in it
Sure.
to develop the code. So it was set up to require multiple amendments, and some of those took 13 years to get to, such as the environmental chapter. But that was a structure of that plan. This one is a little bit different. I mean, this is really community aspirations, and I think we're starting to go with some of this language alteration to address the needs of one particular segment of the community as a whole. I think the language that's in here now addresses the needs of all the segments of the community and leaves this to an open dialogue that goes through an intense process. Because we're still going to be seeing the code and arguing about the code language that actually puts this into place. So I think a more general framework now as what's in here, maybe adding the demonstrable that was provided probably an hour and a half ago now, that it's something that the community can see is a benefit of this annexation. I tend to agree with that, and I'm kind of hard pressed to weaken the language from what it is now, because that seems to be where our discussion's going. I don't want to weaken this language.
Commissioner Carter.
Forgive me, if I could just return to the point of 2.1. Tier 1 is prioritized for development at any time. All of our discussion over the past couple of hours has been focused on the issue of annexation and the conditions under which annexation may take place. And I think, I'm not prepared, I apologize, I'm not prepared to offer specific language, but I think entertaining the concerns that have been raised tonight, the idea is not to make anybody's lives harder. It is to alter the priorities and the direction toward which efforts and investments are directed. And I think, returning to the issue of new construction being more energy efficient, for example. Add to that higher density, greater walkability, greater inclination toward, pedestrian and bicycle activity, public transportation. Those are the underlying mechanisms that we're trying to reinforce by, through higher density. So it seems to me that at the same time we may try to soften up some of the language around the penalties or burdens around annexation, we should be directing the same amount of attention toward incentivizing development in Tier 1.
It's a point well taken, but we need specific language in order to move forward with it.
Okay. Well.
I completely agree with that. The goal here is to shift the focus. And I actually will have to say that I think I was pretty comfortable with the language that existed or exists right now.
In 2.1 or 2.2?
2.2.
Go ahead.
I don't mind, I actually kind of like what Commissioner Willie, her last revision, shall be annexed when the need to accommodate demand is established. I think that, what I would like to see happen is this document direct us to have that conversation. This topic, this point has come up a few times, is that incentives, fine. Community benefit, fine. What we're going to do is have that conversation. This is going to be part of the process, and it's something we do now. It's codified here. I'm not, I think a little bit of softening, just a little tiny bit, as Chair Willie just described, is good. But I think we need to be, I think we just need to make sure that that conversation is going on, that negotiation is going on. And we can start with these large, high-level aspirations. When we get to talking about what those incentives could be, what those trade-offs and negotiations could be, we can make a list and prioritize it. Well, we're not giving up street trees, we're not giving up sidewalks, or whatever it is, but maybe we can compromise on the number of lots or density, things like that. Again, just throwing out examples. And here are the things that we'll talk about last. But first, we're going to talk about things that are, that are less of a priority to the community. Something like that. But the point is that we're going to have this conversation in the development process. And what this document, I think, strives to do is direct us to do that, to have that conversation, that negotiation. A negotiation, in many ways, goes on with every development application that we currently receive, before we even see it. That's codified here. I don't mind the strong language. I don't mind the slight softening. I think that's an example of that kind of negotiation. This does need to guide us in the correct direction and direct our priorities to those that have been expressed by not just this planning commission, not just this group of people that have drafted this, not just this steering committee, our previous planning commissions, our previous citizens who have worked tirelessly on these documents have given us instructions that we need to carry on with, I think, as well. We have a big change in this document. This is part of what we're struggling with. We're taking code out. We are putting aspirations in. We're certainly going to return that code. We're certainly going to go back and look at that language because some of it is extremely important in our developmental process and in the future of our city. But for now, I think it's important that we make sure that we are directing these negotiations to take place, and we've touched on that several times. I like the wordsmithing that I just heard, and as far as the tying in with Tier 1 development, that's, we can talk about that also, but I think for the Tier 2 language, I think what Chair Willie has come up with is pretty good.
I'm happy with language 2.2 as it is, without any changes.
Okay. Can you hear from anyone we haven't heard from for just this particular language?
I agree. I think it's good as is. I think one of the things that's maybe not clouding the discussion, but is dominating the discussion is the raise in prices. And what I see this as is an acknowledgement that costs are going up already. And the community, I think, what this provision is not getting anything in return, basically. There's this idea that developers are able to develop, and the community doesn't get, there's no affordable housing, you know, or there's a big problem with it, and we don't have any good protection of sensitive lands. We have problems with primary employment opportunities and the like. And right now is the opportunity, I think, my understanding of the community benefit requirement, to get something that we can have. Whereas if we just let this go and we don't put anything in here, things are going to go on as they are now. And that's one thing I think in the comments that I've heard tonight. You know, that was the biggest thing I heard. The legislating more costs are going to make it worse. That assumes that things are getting worse as they are now. You know, competition is the best way to drive prices down. Low to moderate priced housing is eroding. These are all things that sort of assume that things are not going well now. And what I hear when that's said is basically just let it be. Things are going to be fine. Just trust us. And I've heard nothing really, no good ideas or articulations as to how that will be accomplished. And so, you know, in my conversations with people in the community, the community benefit requirement is a good quid pro quo to have in here. You know, it's an acknowledgement that we need something in return, because the people in the community see development as is happening without any direction, without anything in return. And so, you know, if we had an idea that the development as it's happening now, without a community benefit provision, is going to go down in price, that'd be fantastic. There's been no you know, meaningful or demonstrable statement that that's going to be the case. It's just, don't do this because it's going to make it more expensive. But, you know, man, if it's going to get more expensive and we can extract community benefit for affordable housing or for other things like that, then I think that's what the community has decided through the steering committee that we have to do. And so I don't know that there's any real need to weaken the language. I think it is what it is. And I think as has been discussed quite a bit, the nitty-gritty and the details of it are going to get worked out in the process of the discussions between developers and planning staff, and then when it comes in front of the bodies, and we can hammer it out then. So I don't think there should be more specifics. I don't think we should weaken the language. I think we just, my thought would be we just need to plow forward with what's in there. I think it's good.
Any other?
I can live with the language as it is also. And I wasn't attempting to weaken anything, but just identify that it is a kind of a negotiation. Doesn't have to be there. I think that's what's happening now. But I think we're getting off away from growth and into development. The chapter has two parts. This is only about growth. We've got to have new ground somewhere. We have to have an organized way to do that and know how it's going to work. And to me, a community benefit of some native prairie that might get plowed up if it was going to be developed is a tremendous community benefit to be able to walk through that. If you haven't ever done that, you should try it. But that's a tremendous benefit, and it may be a tremendous cost to a developer as well. But I think we need to stick with growth at the moment and find out if we're going to get new ground and how we're going to do that. And then the next 7 pages are development.
We'd be lucky if we get to those 7 pages
Well,
someday.
Took 4 years to get this far.
So we're not voting until the end, but I'm hearing a great deal of consensus around keeping the language as it is in 2.2.
So I'll be the voice of dissent again. I think what the effect that this is going to have, ignore costs and everything else, is it removes the ability for the city in the future, or it makes the barrier for the city to exercise annexation more difficult. It removes that barrier for the city to do these things.
I'm not sure
Becau-
we followed that. Can you?
Because if it's shall be annexed, shall only be annexed if need is established, okay, let's assume need is established, and community benefit is provided. We've said already that we don't want to water down the definition of community benefit, and that it has to be demonstrable. This is, I think, going to eliminate that tool from the city's toolbox. We're going to have it's going to be a point in time where developers aren't going to be able to provide varied types of housing within the city boundaries, and no one's going to attempt to annex anything.
But then that will be an identified need,
But it won't be a demonstrable community benefit.
affordable housing.
How do you make it affordable, though? How do you make housing affordable?
So.
I mean, I'm really asking, how do you do it? What policy mechanisms make housing affordable other than the trust fund? I mean, the trust fund's very important. I'm glad that we have it.
Go ahead.
May I respond? So again, it's a process, it's a negotiated process that if we can work with the developer, and, you know, I would say sometimes a developer is a builder and sometimes it's a developer. Sometimes those are two different things, right? Home builders and developers of land are two different entities sometimes. So it depends on who you're talking to, but it's all just a big financial package from their perspective, right? So they need to input all the data in, the cost of the land and what they can sell a lot for, and the cost of the infrastructure, and whatever exaction of road right of way, and all those things go into the calculation. It's complex, right? And so if part of the need is affordable housing, and part of the negotiation is, okay, 5–10% of the development should be affordable, how can we go talk to one of our nonprofit organizations and see if they have funds that can buy the lots at cost, for example? And on top of that, maybe there's some other things that the city can provide in terms of fee waivers. For every lot of affordability you can provide, we'll match that with a lot of new density to the development, so you don't lose anything. So we're looking for win-wins here. We're not looking for win-lose on this. But then there's all kinds of ways to negotiate and build that framework of win-win, in my mind. We just have to get the framework and give us the opportunity to go have those discussions, because it's not going to be one-on-one. It may be one with 5 other partners or something. And it'll take a little time, but in my mind, at the end of 10, 15, 20 years, we have built a part of the community, a new kind of fabric that has community need as part of it. Yeah, affordable housing needs to be subsidized somehow. I don't disagree that somebody pays for it. But if you can pay for it through negotiated offsets or incentives or some other mechanism, that's what we're striving for. So yeah, I mean, that's how we would do affordable housing. That's one way to do affordable housing. It could be a light tech project that comes in, and there's a light tech developer and partner with a private sector, a market rate developer. There's all kinds of ways we can do it. We need to see what kind of creative juices are flowing outside of City Hall, in my mind, within this framework to understand what the possibilities are. And we need to get that going.
You paint a very collaborative picture, and I believe it wholeheartedly. But shall only, if need is established, and if a community benefit is provided.
Right.
That, I'm having trouble figuring out where the collaboration lies in shall only and if.
That's on the annexation itself. So if we don't have a willing land, for example, and you know, we're just talking some harsh terms here. If we don't have a landowner willing to be part of that process on sell it at a reasonable price, then maybe they're not the one to negotiate with. Maybe we have to go to a different part of a different annexation request. start talking to them about what the possibilities are.
I think we talked about this in December, didn't we? And the
Because
grade of overlap between 2.2 and 3.8.
I think we're gonna have to start making some decisions and moving on. Commissioner Sands and myself are kind of on the same page in some ways with this, but I think the consensus of the group at this point is to keep 2.2 the same, and to make sure that 3.8 has more of that collaborative language in it, which reflects the discussion that we've been having that we hope to see.
Well, that was what Ms. Floyd presented, right? Adopted, proposed adopted change to 3.8.
And can we see that again, Jeff? I would agree to accepting the language that's provided in red. I'm not sure if the strike-through language needs to be lost or not.
I think you can leave it in, the strikeout, I think you could leave in or take away, I'm not sure.
Leave it in.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carter, I didn't hear that.
Forgive me, I think, if the text in red is to be added, I would not take out this, excuse me, it's getting late, not delete the text that struck out. I would say, let's see, based on the needs of the community, comma, and in the context of what the annexation request can support, and I don't know. I would return to what I said earlier and say something like, offsetting incentives may be part of the discussion.
I think that mutually beneficial language or beneficial also has to be involved.
Just trying to think how to make it work grammatically. It ends up being a rather long sentence.
I think
I don't see them adopted unless they end up being mutually beneficial. I think, I don't know that the language adds much because it's going to be a back and forth until both sides agree. So that's already built into the process that it's going to end up perceived as mutually beneficial, or it's not going to be accepted by the developer, and it's certainly not going to be accepted by any board or commission it comes before, if it seems that it's not mutually beneficial in some way. So I don't know if the language is actually needed, because I think it's already built into the process that's been described to us by planning staff.
Yes, do you mean merely the phrase beneficial to all, or do you mean the mention of incentives?
I think all of the red about when an offsetting incentive can be provided that is beneficial to all, I think that's already built in. I think that's been pretty well established now as the record, that that's the intent, that we're having this back and forth discussion, and those things are going to be discussed. And then maybe this is, one alternative is it's part of a list of possible items which we could put into the code.
Yeah, I think out of respect for the comments and multiple perspectives that have been brought up tonight in the audience, I think some mention of incentives is worth including. I would say that mention of incentives here should be balanced by a mention of incentives in section 2.1, and say something like, incentives, and what does it say? Tier 1 is prioritized for development at any time, including provision of incentives, or something along those lines. Just a thought.
Including but not limited to.
Sure. something, you know, getting back to the question of sweetening the pot or making Tier 1 development more attractive.
I would just mention our approach to that was that there wasn't, you didn't have to demonstrate need
Sure.
or benefit, and that is the need and benefit is within Tier 1. That's, from our perspective, you didn't need to incentivize Tier 1 because it's incentivized through existing infrastructure and not having that little bit higher bar to jump over to get your project considered.
Fair enough.
So we're discussing still the language on 3.8. Anybody have any comments on that?
If there's going to be any mention of incentives, I prefer it as a one amongst a list, as opposed to a prescribed, there must be incentives.
I'm sorry, can you,
Like, as Commissioner Qatar said, as a part of a list. It could be included as part of a list of many things to consider, as opposed to the language here. In red.
okay, can you give us some specific language for what that actually?
I just said,
Yeah.
Offsetting incentives or incentives may be part of the discussion.
So you're suggesting an offset, a phrase that says offsetting incentives such as? Is that what you're? No?
Not details of what kind of incentives, that's.
Oh, I thought you said.
Madam Chair, may I offer a suggestion?
Yes.
If it read something to the effect of annexation requests shall include a community benefit identified in consultation with staff based on the needs of the community, which may include offsetting incentives to the requester and in the context of the blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, annexation, yeah.
Just to use that phrase, which may include offset or incentives or something to that effect.
I'm okay with that.
I'm seeing some nodding.
Except for maybe with the offsetting word. Just incentive.
Which may include
Well,
incentives.
I think, again, the discussion that we had where offsetting has a specific code language and incentive has a separate.
Well, it doesn't really have a code
Not
language, but it does.
It's a generally accepted term within planning, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's,
I
I'm
think
not a
that
huge
level of
fan of
specificity
offsetting
is-
in
is
this
appropriate.
way, but I think whatever language gets at the point that the incentives are intended to incent the community benefit. You could play with that, offset the community benefit or, you know, and incentivize the community benefit. The idea is that there may be some incentives in the discussion, in that process, that
Yeah.
Which may include language is good. The which may include.
Which may include.
I didn't write down what was just said, so
did.
can
Yeah,
you,
Scott's
can you
got it.
run through that one more time?
Annexation request shall include a community benefit in consultation with staff based on the needs of the community, which may include incentives and in the context of what the annexation request can support. And then you could, from there, add or, it's pretty basic, so you can only basically add if you wanted to.
How about the final words, you know, in the implementation of providing community benefits and incentives? Is that acceptable?
It is to me.
I think so. It's still broad enough, in my mind, that it's just part of the process.
I think we've had some consensus around the language that was proposed by Scott. Echoes some of this. Need some kind of acknowledgement.
Yes.
from-
I
Um,
agree.
There was mention about incentive language on Tier 1. Commissioner Carter, are you still interested in that, or was that explanation
I think
sufficient?
the explanation is understood.
Okay.
If there's no one else who thinks it's a It's an awesome idea. I'm happy to let it go.
Then I think we've gotten about as far as we can with that particular discussion. And that brings us to Section B, residential, which is where we maybe should have started in the beginning. But we are also at 10:20, need to decide how far we're likely to get in this meeting. I think the discussion will go much faster. I'd like to give it some time as we go, and I'd like to spend a little time trying to accomplish some of what we would set out to do today.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I wouldn't hate a nature break.
Let's take a break. 4 minutes, and then we'll have to come back and extend the meeting. So, and we'll see if we've driven Commissioner Butler off by then, or right. First, we need a motion to extend the meeting, unfortunately.
Move we extend to no later than 11 p.m. Good job.
Seconded.
All right, all in favor? Opposed?
I think there's one out in the gallery that opposes it.
She has to get credit.
Opposed, no, I guess I opposed, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
We are 8-1 if we're not counting Commissioner Butler. So, we are on page 17, residential. And we're gonna go through here pretty quickly, flag the things that you have listed in your notes to talk about. Vision, anything? I'm assuming everybody has read this in great detail already.
Yep.
The density in the sidebar and also in the plan there. Any questions or issues about that?
Just the phraseology on goal 1, where we're talking about ensuring a variety of appropriate housing options in the rural areas. To me, variety of appropriate, well, is that not redundant? Variety of appropriate housing options, because we already say in 2 spots what the dwelling units per acre ought to be and what the density ought to be. So, I don't know, either more specificity here.
I think this variety of housing options, it also speaks to accessory dwelling units and things like that that have been done recently in the
Okay.
county to
All right.
kind of help with some of the needs of the community there.
Okay.
I was okay with the language. Anything in goal 1?
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
In terms of minimizing non-agricultural residential development outside the UGA, what is there a minimum acreage breakout of ag land? Like if somebody's going to develop that, isn't there some kind of?
There are a lot of rules and regulations, and they're very complicated, and they're all being rewritten. And so this was, I took this to the county zoning and codes and had them look over the language in terms of making sure that it fits with and supports the work that they're doing about that.
Okay.
But there are minimum lot sizes, and I think some of that's actually going to change, but yes. Anything on goal 1? Goal 2?
Go ahead.
No, please,
I
go
was just
ahead.
gonna
No,
ask,
no.
Section 2.2, do we have a sidebar with definitions of sensitive lands? Is that basically back in the
That was from last
environmental-
month. Yes, it's in chapter 6,
Okay,
but
so we do, okay.
there is a link to that.
I should remember that, but I was in kind of a fog, I think. It's
We were all
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Good, because I noted floodplains, but those are included. So
They are.
I'm satisfied with
Commissioner
section
Ashford?
2.
There were several letters to the commission that spoke about mitigation for loss of native ecosystems as a suggested addition within both all the residential, commercial, and industrial sections in Chapter 2. And so, right now, as I see it, as it stands now, the goal is to preserve and protect. So I would just ask staff, is there any precedent for mitigation? Would that strengthen or weaken a provision for sensitive lands?
Sure, the question, again, remember, this is one of those examples where the policy, what follows is code.
Right.
And so if you look at the general goal 2, where we're requiring development to cluster, maximizing open space, that should be sensitive lands. So if there's floodplain or woods or prairie or something like that, the idea is that you're clustering up to protect those areas.
Right, yeah.
And I think some of the county regs are speaking to some of this as well,
Yeah.
so.
I guess my question comes from just past experiences with mitigation. When you have a protected ecosystem like wetlands, oftentimes you can mitigate for disturbance of that ecosystem. So you can go ahead and put your driveway through, or your roadway, or you can put your mall on it, as long as you build another one.
Right.
And so, I'm sort of bringing up the concern that these letters addressed, and saying they wanted some language of mitigation in here. My past experience with mitigation say I'm not sure that's a great idea, but I don't know where that
We'd
falls.
rather not have them destroyed in the first
Right.
place, right? So
Yes, and I guess I don't want there to, I understand where they're coming from, where that concern is coming from, that if a prairie is lost, then there should be some compensation for that. That's what mitigation is, and so I don't know whether that is something that we would.
I'm not sure that that is a loss that could be mitigated anyway.
Well, that's kind of my point.
Right, yeah.
So I'm not sure, they're not here tonight to ask to
We've
sort
had
of.
this discussion a little bit in the past, and we don't necessarily want to encourage buying out of your.
Right, that's my
of your
concern,
development.
but I wanted to
Right.
make sure that since there were several letters to that effect, to add that language in here.
I'm comfortable not adding it for those reasons that you mentioned, that I think we'd much rather preserve and protect it than try and work after the fact, if possible.
So am I, after this community fought for 25 years about a mitigated wetlands.
I was curious about 2.7, the screening and landscape requirements. Oh, are there screening and landscape requirements outside of the city?
County doesn't really have a lot of that. That was one of those elements that was carried over from Horizon 2020. That was something they looked for in that original planning document. We just carried it forward to allow that to be a potential.
Well, as a county resident, I don't really want additional screening and landscaping requirements. We're happy with the viewscape we have. I spend a lot of time cutting trees. I don't want to plant trees that somebody else tells me I should plant.
Usually we see this in requirements, usually around township facilities, some of your larger industrial uses, is an ability to kind of screen some of those nuisance uses or dust or some kind of amenity. You've seen some cases in the past where there's asked to been screening to protect wildlife habitat away from other uses that might be encroaching in the area. So it kind of has a couple of different fold purposes in the county than the city.
Yeah, I still don't really want it as a requirement for, I mean, I don't know that we're really strengthening it. We'd be like creating it out of the blue for screening and landscaping requirements in the county. And as far as using existing natural vegetation, well, that's what we have, then that we'd be screening from.
Yeah, if anything, it's really more intended for non-residential uses than residential uses in the county. So if you've got a utility, a larger utility station, right, you might want a nice screen wall fence and some landscaping around that. If you think about what we have up in front of
The pump station that's in.
a pump station or
in
wherever.
Oakwood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then should that be moved to a different section?
Yeah, I think let's flag that for some other spot.
Well, I suppose you could read that to mean those kind of non-residential uses in a
Right.
residential environment too.
Okay, I think it needs to say that then. Screening and landscaping requirements for non-residential uses.
How about strengthened requirements for screening and landscaping of non-residential uses?
I mean, like our fire station, we don't have any screening or landscaping around it, and I never knew anybody who cared that we, it would be just an additional expense that it doesn't bother anybody. I mean, well, it doesn't bother anybody around me, that you can see the fire station. I mean, that doesn't
We're just glad to have it.
Well, I mean, industrial, transportation, I mean, are there any kinds of land uses that you would want to be screened from?
I'd say city folks might feel that way. I don't know that people living in the county feel very.
We have screened an awful lot out of the county. Some of those utility
Wind generator.
areas. I mean, whether they've asked for it or not, we've made that requirement of the developer that's done, the utility company, for example, or something. It's sort of, I was thinking of the one up on Farmers Turnpike in front of Berry Plastics. There's a gas utility there, I think, that has a nice wood screen and some landscaping around it. It's a little bit larger site. Did a nice job on it. It's just more aesthetically pleasing when you drive by it than a chain link fence and gravel, but.
Which wouldn't bother me either.
Those city standards.
That's why you should live in town.
Especially if there's a
Well,
new development near there.
And in all fairness, the county isn't just for the people who live there, it's also for the people who pass through there, right?
I think that's optional.
Only with the pass,
One example that I thought of just, that actually it came up was the RV, or the boat marina at Clinton Lake that neighbors came out and asked about, or did they? I don't remember now if they asked about it, if we just said we need to do this. So that's just an example of, I feel like there was a neighbor over there that said something about that, so that's just one thought. That, yeah, you want to look at all the fence. But that does seem like it would be fairly limited. Like, I don't know.
As needed or as desired by the community or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I can say that I also would be bothered by, would not be bothered by looking at the fire station or.
Right. I just don't think that that's a real.
Would it make sense to change strengthen to maintain? To just, like, don't get rid of it, but continue? I mean,
sure.
Is there anybody else, does anybody else have an opinion on it?
Because we can certainly move on if I'm the only one, so.
I say if you're gonna just mention something, just to say maintain it.
Okay.
You probably don't even need to say it, you just leave it as is, and then it will continue in its current form.
Is everybody okay with maintain? All right, moving on.
Was there a change?
I think, yeah, change strengthen to maintain.
Strengthen to maintain.
Yeah.
Section 2.7.
2.8, review and revise the agritourism and agricultural heritage tourism policies. Are they old? Are there problems with them? Has that been something that's come up?
It's been brought, the county zoning and codes brought that to our attention. They'd like to have that revisited to kind of fine tune and maybe carry out some changes to make it more flexible in ways that allow it to be more possible. They saw a sharp decrease in permits, and they've noticed people have come with ideas about fixing it.
Okay. I'm good with that then.
Yep.
Everybody? Anything, goal 3? I think 3.1, that's the city's capital improvement plan. So we're talking about tier 2 now, because the county has one also, but that wouldn't apply, is that right? Consistent with the capital improvement plan?
It could be in both. So that's why we kind of left it in that vicinity where you might have a part where they overlap or connect, and we didn't want to limit it down.
Let's make it plural then, capital improvement plans. Strike the.
May I just ask, does goal 3 address Commissioner Sand's concerns from the previous discussion about preparing for annexation?
To me, the goal 3, it's not 3.0, it's just 3, is quite a bit more. I don't want to use the term vague. I think I would use the term appropriate for the level of this document than 2.2. I think that level of specificity lends itself to a 20-year document,
Okay, so you're good with it?
unlike 2.2, in my opinion.
Thanks.
But yeah, I mean, that one's good.
So we're good on goal 3. Goal 4?
Sorry, can somebody please scroll down?
Oh.
I don't have it memorized yet.
You didn't bring your copy?
You will by the end.
Not bandwidth.
Goal 4, no comments. Goal 5.
Just a quick question for 5.1, I think is what it's, support agricultural uses as tier 2 to urbanizes.
Mm-hmm.
So is there ag zoning in tier 2 as it exists, as it stands? Is there much?
Yes.
There's-
It's
okay.
probably all.
Probably most of it's A
Mhm.
zoning.
Most of it is
Yeah.
A zone, okay.
And the fear with that agricultural urban interface is that the people that develop out there, and then they object to what existed there already. And that, so just kind of having some safeguards for those uses. 5.6 has the landscaping requirements again, and it's, but it's tier 2, so this is now ready for annexation, so I'm okay with it.
Pretty close to the city right there, tier 2.
We don't want to
I'd
see your
say-
agricultural uses from our back porches, right?
Well, and that's on you. Goal 6, this is within tier 1. I think the word before is a little problematic because it says it suggests we would use up all of tier 1 before anything in tier 2 could be considered, and I think those will go hand in hand. So I think it should be more of a prioritize or maximize development opportunities within, or prioritizing opportunities within tier 1. But it's gonna still happen somewhat at the same time.
Yeah, obviously, it's not a linear step-by-step thing. There's going to be a lot of land in both tiers that someone's not gonna wanna develop, and that's their right. You don't have to develop your property, even if it's a community value to develop infill first, right? But
that
maybe it's.
before makes it sound linear.
It does, when really it's, as we've just talked about, it's about kind of a needs assessment, generally speaking, not, oh, we've still got 14 lots inside the city, you gotta go compel somebody to develop. It's not how it's gonna work, so.
So it's kind of we're still maximizing development opportunities within Lawrence, or do we want to say tier 1, as we expand into tier 2? I mean, both will happen, but we're prioritizing tier 1. I see head shaking.
Well, the goal says it's prioritized.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Tier
it's-
1's prioritized for growth and development.
And it's
And-
maximized, it doesn't mean mandate, it doesn't mean, I mean, you're basically, how can I put it? I think it is linear, to some degree. You're saying, before, all other things being equal, a developer should be incentivized to develop in tier 1 before tier 2.
Yeah,
I
and I
think
think
it is linear.
I think we've covered that pretty well, but the land that's available in tier 1, the infill land, it's all weird and it all has, odd things to it, and that's why it hasn't developed yet. I mean, you can't just say, develop all the weird land first, and then we'll give you.
Or make it less weird.
It's also
I
gonna
mean-
depend on the land use. So, for example, if somebody came in with a project in tier 2, and it was for single-family lots,
Mhm.
we think we've got, I don't know, 5 years, let's say we have 5 years of inventory available, of platted subdivision. That's a different discussion than if somebody came and said, we've got land that's gonna be that lines up with multi-dwelling, and we say, yeah, but we got 32 years of multi-dwelling inventory. Or if we have somebody come and say, well, we wanna do it in the next industrial park, and we've actually participated with them, that kind of thing. Well, that's a completely different land use, and now we're out of industrial inventory. So it's not gonna be as easy as, it's maximizing those opportunities. What's the opportunity in tier 1, first of all? That's where it gets to the needs inventories and all the reports we do about how much inventory we have. Then have we maximized that? I would say we're getting pretty close if we only have a few years left of residential lot inventory. But if we have 30-plus years of multifamily, probably haven't maximized that very well.
So we're sticking with before and moving on.
I like before, because this
Okay.
actually gets to my previous concern, which is make it as easy as possible relative to Tier 2.
Right. Anything else on goal 6? Goal 7?
Zero lot line homes, like, those are condos, condominiums. There's a, you got it right?
Really, think of a duplex, but each is on its own lot. Whereas a duplex can be on one platted lot. A zero lot line has a single family up against another single family, and it's on its own lot.
So, you've mentioned in the past, Scott, that condos are, say, difficult, maybe?
They're not very prevalent for whatever reason. You know, we're a strong rental market, with over 55% rental. You can probably count on your hand the condo developments we have. The townhomes mentioned earlier, we don't do a lot of townhouse development.
Fourplexes and more.
Don't know why that is necessarily, but,
Is that an effective market, or is that an effect of difficulty of ownership, especially for a condo, when you talk about I can think of 3, maybe.
the ones I'm thinking of
Condo developments.
are marketed towards seniors. Not sure why that is that either, but yeah, I don't know. We want to provide the opportunity to do all kinds of different variety of housing. So in other words, we don't want barriers in our code to do those different housing types.
So but condo as a type, is that represented somewhere in 7.1?
No, because that really is just, that would be, no. I mean, you could argue townhouses, maybe.
Zero lot line.
But to me, condominium is just an ownership arrangement, that you own a unit in a multi-dwelling use.
Just a curiosity question. Are, for instance, the homes in the northwest section of, say, Brandon Woods, 15th and Wakarusa, are those condos? I know they have a homeowners association. Are they, some of them are attached, you know, like, almost like duplexes.
Some of them are show walls. Yeah.
I think they're, so we say condos. In some states, call them condominium, and they're a type of, it's a way to actually legally separate your unit out, plat your unit out. We have what's called a townhouse mechanism in our state statutes, and we don't actually process that through our office, but essentially you get legal representation, they write up paperwork, it identifies your common areas, your unit descriptions, how things are gonna be paid for, that kind of thing, and you record those documents, and now you own a unit in a building, that kind of thing. So it's the Townhouse Act here in Kansas.
I hear that used more here.
Yeah.
And I guess just follow up on that for my own curiosity again, if you'll excuse me. Places like Belisara, are those condos?
Yes.
Okay.
They call themselves condos.
Okay.
They have been divided through that Townhome Act. We call it, so yeah, I mean, there's kind of the
Okay.
general term and then a legal term in some states.
Thank you.
Any other comments on goal 7?
7.2, intersperse affordable housing seems more deterministic than I think the city really has discretion over. Does it make sense to say something like increase opportunities to provide affordable housing throughout Lawrence? Or is that?
Perhaps. I mean, it is a identified goal that we don't want to concentrate affordable homes.
Sure.
We want to intersperse or provide opportunity throughout Lawrence. So maybe some wordsmithing, but it is a goal of AHAB to encourage them unconcentrated.
Does anybody else have any opinion on that? I mean, with all the discussion we've had over affordable housing, it seems to me that one of the things we ought to be aiming toward is increasing the stock of affordable housing throughout the city. And it seems to me intersperse is kind of a...
This is more geographical, I think, that's in this 7.2, saying that we want it to be in multiple places. It's, I think there are other places where it talks about wanting to prioritize affordable housing.
Okay, fair enough.
Because we can't call it IZ.
Anything else on goal 7? Goal 8? I have some notes I'm trying to digest.
I need to ask real quick, if I remember from chapter 6, there was language in here about encouraging native vegetation for landscaping.
Yeah, those are on the sensitive lands.
Right,
area.
that was, okay, so we did have
Page
some language
57.
that- Okay, I just,
Native prairies.
Yeah.
Well,
We almost made it through a section. Go ahead.
I'm half asleep now, so I'm not even sure I'm useful in this, but back to that native plants, though. I felt like, and now I don't remember where it was, and I didn't write it down, that could be included somewhere else, and it had to do with residential. It had to do with new developments somewhere, but now I don't remember where. I might, unless somebody really has.
Screening and landscaping requirements.
Well, it was something on, I mean, truly, I'm not able to function.
is there anything, let's see, in this, in the residential, most likely, anything about landscaping requirements?
Yeah, that's.
Within,
Is that too specific? I mean, are we starting to get too specific in the code type language?
it would just be something like encourage use of native vegetation.
So for instance, when we do a new development, we require all the trees and all the landscaping. But at least, it is my understanding, in the past, we haven't always required native vegetation.
True.
There's somewhere in here that
Would that be
mentions
Would that be written in the landscape requirements themselves, though, in that detail, or would you want it to be at this level?
Oh, I think.
Knowing that we do have something about it in chapter 6.
I'm trying to remember what that was in chapter 6.
Mm.
Because in the land development code, I mean, it's prescribed, I mean, there's species of trees listed.
Yeah. Right, in the code.
In the code.
We want it in the codes, that listed
Right.
in the code
Yeah.
somewhere, but do we need it somewhere specifically in here in the residential?
We may, so the code speaks to native trees primarily for our street tree program. There's no requirement to plant native species on private property for private development. If that's where we're.
Well, wait, but aren't the street trees, when it's a new development, put in by the developer?
Yes, but they're intended to be for the public enjoyment of the street tree, for the street. It's kind of got a little bit off the mark of its intention. So when you look at, I lost my page, but they're intended to be up by the tree, raise up, put a canopy over it,
Right.
you know. With all of the utilities needing the right-of-way, they've really been pushed up into the yards.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them now are actually go up into the yards if they're residential subdivisions, and they're more like yard trees than street trees. Yes, so like our trees there. But we do require, that is the Northeast Kansas native tree lists in terms of species.
Okay.
Because ultimately we're responsible, but past that, there's no requirement to do native grasses or plants or species.
Hmm.
In the code.
4 minutes left.
We can't encourage that in some way?
We can.
I don't know where to put it, but.
Are we up
Or
to do
put it-
11 more pages so we can put chapter 2 to rest? Or do we want to stop?
I would
I'm not too
say
tired.
we stop at page 21 and maybe try to pick up, because we still got commercial and industrial to get through. That's, I mean, I know it's 11.
We already had to pull, we already did pull any comp plan discussion from Wednesday's meeting. And the next time we see comp plan again, we're putting multiple chapters together. So just keep in mind, we do this sometime.
And we've already divided up chapter 2 between December and now. It's going to be, when do we get back to it?
Well, based on public comment, this is one of the stickiest chapters in the whole plan, right? I mean, it shouldn't be surprising.
But public comment is done with chapter 2, so do we want to open it to public comment another time for chapter 2? That's another consideration.
Well, I did have some questions on section 8. When we talk about integrating compatible in density, scale, and aesthetic, specifically the aesthetic, that goes to neighborhood design guidelines.
I'm sorry, which point are you on?
8.4,
Okay.
sorry. So certain neighborhoods do have neighborhood design guidelines. Some neighborhoods don't have neighborhood design guidelines, right?
Correct.
Okay. As those middle-aged neighborhoods become older neighborhoods, do we anticipate within the scope of this plan adding more design? I mean, I know there's some action out there to add another neighborhood to design guidelines, but are we anticipating more than that?
We don't know. I mean, this leaves it open.
Yeah.
Because first we have to determine what can accommodate the higher density development, right? Then we have to determine whether or not there's guidelines needed for it. Sometimes in established neighborhoods, it's already covered with historic resources codes, historic codes. There's been a little bit of a discussion that we need, so we've got our community design manual that covers commercial design, it covers industrial design, does not cover residential design, mostly apartments. Some in the community have cried out for some apartment design, at least, some standards.
See, I'm almost on the other, I think I've passed through the eye of the needle on that issue, because there's a couple neighborhoods in town, North Lawrence specifically, and portions of East Lawrence, where you can drive through, and at some point, someone made some bold architectural statements, and it's nice. It's nice to see that kind of flexibility, and I don't know, I'm just maybe getting to the point where do design guidelines discourage more than they encourage?
Yeah.
So we've come to the end of our meeting time, and we need to decide, are we going to tackle some more pages, or we've already had one objection to our last extension. Sounds like perhaps we call it here and get to tackle this chapter yet again, and we'll start over with public comment.
I do think April's agenda is shifting quite substantially with our short-term rentals. We do have 13 lined up, but if those move to have our larger STR discussion, that would free up some some stuff, I think.
Should also let the commission know, page 44 of your packet has your revised calendar for Plan 2040 and that update schedule, so you can kind of see what those next meetings will entail.
Which page?
44.
Page 44. So we are going to propose finishing Chapter 2 along with Chapter 3, Lawrence Neighborhoods and Housing, on Monday, April 22nd.
Might work.
Might work, it might not.
It might
but,
not. Well, we'll start with what, chapter 3?
I think we need a motion to adjourn. I think we've outspoken our time.
So moved.
We have a second? To recess, excellent.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, to recess.
Okay, we have a motion to recess.
Okay, so what, sorry, the direction on this was to put it to April 22nd,
Yes,
and then have this in chapter 3. Okay.
yep. I'm sorry? Do we?
We have to move to extend.
Okay,
Move to 10, 4 minutes.
all right,
Seconded.
all in favor? Opposed? What's our miscellaneous item?
Oh, it's a fun one. We created a new we took the long-term rental map that exists, and we added short-term rental licenses. And we're working on distinguishing between owner-occupied and non-owner occupied types. Don't have that yet, but we're getting there.
I did notice
Already
that.
looked at it.
I reviewed it as part of all of this. I find it extremely helpful.
It's a layer of
Three-colored dots.
information for the,
I think the only, so is the motion tonight to gauge our usability of this map?
there's no motion we're recommending.
We're just
We're
accepting.
just telling
Good
you.
job, Jeff.
We're just,
Admiring.
there's some other GIS gurus behind the scenes, but this was just, it was kind of, we got it, we put it on this agenda because we knew we had some STRs on it, thought it might be helpful, but we also just wanted you to know it's out there.
May I ask one question? Is there any control over the symbology? Can I make the dots bigger?
No.
Thought so.
They stay pretty small. Right?
Good question.
Zoom in here, I'm like,
Good question. The answer's no.
So these are primarily owner occupied at this point, since there's only been, I think, three non-owner approved, and I'm not sure they're licensed yet.
That was a question, because when you click on one of those dots, thank you, Jeff, it just says short rental license in good standing.
Yeah.
One of the things we're working at behind the scenes is trying to get that to split out between the two, but we just haven't had the chance to really get that fine-tuned yet, but it's in the works.
So this is kind of what I was mentioning. I predicted owner occupied would be dispersed and non-owner would be concentrated.
Based on the apps you've seen so far,
Yeah.
yes.
Do we need a motion to accept this map or just?
No.
Just for informational purposes.
Okay,
Okay.
standing.
so
Move to adjourn.
how about recess?
Recess. I move to recess again.
All in favor? We'll try again next time.
A little faster.
Yeah.